Hello, are you guys able to hear me?
Hi, Director Meek. Yes, we're able to hear you.
the Board of Education meeting for September 14th, I believe it is, at 5 o'clock. And this is the introduction to our work session. However, we do have issues to discuss in executive session for purposes of receiving legal advice as allowed by CRS 24-64024B regarding the acquisition, purchase, transfer, or sale of real property, and regarding Tri-County Health Department's public health order and the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners' actions related to its withdrawal from the Tri-County Health Department. During executive session, the board is not allowed to adopt any proposed policies, resolutions, regulations, or take any formal action. I am noting that we do have a quorum with all 7 of us present, including Director Meek, who is coming into us through remote mechanism. So we need a 2/3 vote to move into executive session. So at this time, I would ask if there's an motion to adjourn our work session and move into an executive session. Got it? Motion by Lung, seconded by Director Holtzman. Our executive session will begin with consultation from outside legal counsel, Kristen Edgar from Kaplan and Ernest. And then at a later time, we will also invite in Superintendent Corey Wise, General Counsel Mary Kay Klimish, and Chief Operating Officer Rich Cosgrove, I believe. Is that correct, Mrs. Klimish? Any other guest that will come into our executive session at a later time? All right. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before we vote? All right. Director Chanchashore. Lung? Aye. Holtzman? Aye. Hanson? Aye. Graziano? Aye. Meek?
Aye.
Ray, aye. That passes unanimously, so we will adjourn and move into the conference room to continue our executive session. And you guys are all in different places, so I'll just start over here. Director John Shore, Director Holtzman, Director Lung, Director Graziano, Director Hanson, and Director Ray is here. Did I miss a director? Susan. Director Susan Meek is coming to us through remote. So noted that all directors are here. Audience, we want to welcome you as well. This is the beginning of our new format in where every other meeting we take time to do what we call a study session. We can really delve more deeply into some of the goals that this board has had for several years to really focus on. And tonight, it's the focus on academic excellence is one of our board in statements that we've had and something that we really are looking forward to spending some time to do some learning, as well as to get kind of an update about where we are and where we're headed, looking at growth, looking at next steps. But I do want to just start out by reading some of the in statement just to set the stage for what we're focused on. So academic excellence, this is the definition that this board approved a couple of years ago that we're focused on, and this becomes one of our monitoring devices, if you will, the things that we want to have on our dashboard at all times to make sure that we're doing the best we can for our students. But this is some of the definition of academic excellence. First of all students will have equitable access to a Douglas County public school that promotes growth in their cognitive, physical, social, and emotional needs and build on their strengths. Academic expectations are clearly articulated and supported with an appropriate curriculum that includes content, scope, and sequence. Every student has equitable opportunity to acquire the knowledge and skills that will ensure performance at his or her highest individual potential. A diverse set of educational options are provided, which enables students to pursue different post-secondary options such as college, career and technology, independent living, military, or direct entrance into the workforce. And finally, students graduate with the acquired content and cultural knowledge, workforce readiness, interpersonal skills, civic responsibility, global awareness, independent living, and an understanding of the essentials for health and wellness. So that's how we define academic excellence, and that's how we really want to make sure that we're spending time really understanding where are we with that, and what can we do as a board to continue to support the system in making sure we're doing the best we can for our students. So with that, I'm going to turn it over then to Superintendent Weiss. We also want to continue to use this as an opportunity to celebrate and recognize. And so Superintendent Weiss is going to do that right now in terms of things, some people we want to talk about that we want to celebrate under the category of academic excellence.
Thank you, President Ray. As we think about academic excellence, we think about what it means to be a student in Douglas County Schools. And we talk about that PK-12 experience. But not only are we looking at how we measure quality and excellence and growth and opportunity and involvement, we also talk about what it means when you graduate and the number of successful students that we put out there into the world. And so I really want to just take a second to highlight as we go now and as part of a tradition moving forward some of our graduates, our alumni. Because really the measure isn't just in a CMAS score. That's a snapshot. We want to do well, or an SAT, or industry certifications, or concurrent enrollment or advanced placement or IB. But we also want to say, as you talked about, where are students now? So a quick highlight on just a few, and we're going to keep doing some recaps of where are our students now. Megan Durker, she is a Highlands Ranch High School graduate, class of 2014. She is now a certified nursing assistant with the University of Colorado Health Anschutz campus. And when you think about it, she was not only involved with things, but she was very focused on academics, which she said helped her build diligence and persistence. She was also a volleyball player. It helped her develop teamwork and skills, acting as a leader. And she says part of what Douglas County did is it prepared her for where she is today, to work as a team, to have that perseverance and also that teamwork to follow through. Judge Jacqueline Casey Brown. Judge. graduate of Ponderosa High School in 1999. Jacqueline is now a court counselor or a Colorado Court of Appeals judge. And she says that I always had goals for myself. I was involved in a lot of advanced placement classes. And I think academic rigor at Ponderosa prepared her to succeed in college and law school. So the involvement in POMS demanded excellence. And looking at that piece of being involved in athletics as a sport, setting a framework for self-discipline that came in handy as a litigator. Chase McDaniel, graduate of Rock Canyon High School, class of 2015. South Adams County firefighter and EMT. Chase states that he fell in love with his career path while participating in fire sciences, career and technical education programs at Rock Canyon High School. So that's an example of our career and technical ed and that work forward. And I'm gonna talk about a few others that go back. Chris Martinez. Chris was a graduate of Ponderosa High School. And I wanna say back 89 or 90, I'm trying to remember because that's back in my day. But Chris went off and not only was he successful academically, but he also was a strong soccer player. And he actually was one of the first college graduates that played in the MLS and was the only and first one that played for the Rapids. And now you start to see that cycle. And he talks about that dedication of academics back when I think there were 2 or 3 high schools, followed by where it comes back to being a part of Colorado and giving back. And then lastly, I'm going to save for myself. We got a couple legend grads, one that's back teaching our district. The number of students that we have that graduate from Douglas County schools that come back into our school district in a number of capacities. But Jesse Vandeveer is a social studies teacher, AP Government, AP Human, or AP US History, and just an inspiration and has spoken at PD for our staff. But he was a Link Crew advisor, and now he oversees Link Crew at Legend. And then I'm gonna say a special shout out to Derek White in our first graduating class. Derek went on, wasn't recruited, but was a basketball player and a stand-up academic. But he went to play Division II at University of Colorado Springs before transferring up to CU where he graduated in Boulder. And he was a #1 draft pick from the San Antonio Spurs. And I'll say this personally, we had a teacher who I would say I would use him as a model of who you look for to hire, Jason Ritter. He passed away of stage 4 cancer at age 33. Legend does a 3v3 tournament as a fundraiser for a scholarship each year. Derek White in that community service hasn't missed a year coming back for that. Even as a professional athlete for the San Antonio Spurs, getting married the week after this past one this year, came back to participate in that. So I say this to you in that personal side, that you look at the number of students that we get to interact with. And over the years, the service that they provide, not only in our schools, but then more importantly, where are they now? And those are just some examples. And we're gonna take our time to really spotlight more about each of our students and really call that out because it's pretty special what you see kids go off to and being successful adults and where they are now. So that's a prelude into our work tonight. So if we start the presentation, Mark. Yeah, please.
Introduce the people around
Yep.
the table first.
Actually, I was gonna do that here on slide.
All right.
On this piece, I want to call out, while we have a slide deck, it's really to provide a launching point. While we might refer to some of these, really it's to provide a dialogue. Tonight, we have an agenda to try to keep us a little bit on framework within the next 2 hours and how we want to end. But we also want you to know that around the table, we're trying to provide a multitude of perspectives on our school leadership side and in each of our schools at our levels. So around the table, we have Deputy Superintendent Andy Amder, Deputy Superintendent Danelle Hyatt, our Chief Assessment and Instruction Officer, Matt Reynolds, Executive Director of Schools, Danny Windsor, Principal of Heritage Elementary, Gene Wallach, Executive Director of Schools, Ian Wells, our Chief Special Services Officer, pretty darn close, right? Sid Rundle, Principal of Legacy Point Elementary, Kristen Drury. We have Executive Director of Schools, John Gutierrez, and also Executive Director of Schools, Aaron McDonald. So, and sorry, Megan. and Interim Principal of Rock Canyon High School, Megan Brown. One of our goals in this is really to create a dialogue. We want you to not only see where were we now, what's the COVID impact, but also when we think about our big rocks, It really works with that whole alignment as a school district. Our board ends, our strategic plan, our goals, and getting into what matters most. And as we said within that, how education is a profession, how we help our teachers have the time and resources to be at their best, which then helps us look at each of our students. Now we build in that work of how do we help students persevere, have resilience, perspective, how to transition and work through challenges, and also have fun and enjoy it too as we go. Because we want to be in the moment and enjoy those 12 years which are going through our schools, because they're a great time. And how we build those relationships with each other and grow as an individual. We also want us to think about then in the academics, how are we going to work with each and every student? How we look at disaggregated data. And we've talked the most important point that makes the biggest difference in the success of a student is their teacher, but it's also on the skills of literacy and reading, as that transforms across grade levels in that vertical piece on top of content and the interdisciplinary. So we're going to really break down today a little bit more of how these align and work together. And I want to build in, if we can, when you look at the agenda. So if you go to slide 2, Mark, we'd like to build in there maybe around 7:15, a 5-minute break, because we're going to get into dialogue on that. And if you get into slide 4, Mark, go back one. You know, I want you to know that as we do these work sessions, today is really to start that process as we look at academic excellence. But academic excellence is a very broad topic. And really when you start looking at our board ends, there's going to be some that it transfers over into multiple ends. When we look at how we build in quality teachers, how we look at positive culture and climate, that we'll start to build in some of those pieces within these as we go. So this is really a prelude as we look at what's it mean to be a great school district? What are those metrics? What's it mean to be a great set of high schools, middle schools, and elementaries? How are we spending our time in our classrooms and our schools working on these things? In October, we're going to really jump into that social emotional side. And so we'll get into a deeper dive where we get into the gist of our work within that social emotional learning side. In November, we'll break into the academic deeper with reading and literacy. And then in February, within academic excellence, we're going to get into our post-secondary readiness, our involvement, and interaction within that. So it gives a prelude of what we're going to break down of one board end with executive limitations, tying it to our strategic plan, and aligning it to our work as a school district in our school settings. So I hope that kind of helps in the prelude of what the purpose of this is and really get into that dialogue. So I'm going to pass it a little bit
Recording in
beginning.
progress.
I'm going to pass the microphone a little bit in the beginning here just to give a little bit of perspective and a lead into it, and we'll launch into some questions in depth to get more of a dialogue. But Danelle, I'm going to let you jump in, and then Danny, and then back to Andy.
Sure. Thank you so much, Superintendent Wise and Board of Directors. I'm going to take us to slide number 4, please. And so, of course, what is so essential with the work that we are doing around academic excellence, and really all of the work that we do as we lead within this district, is the connection to our vision and our mission. And it's really our responsibility is to tie everything that we are doing as we're working to support our schools and our teachers and our students and our community to the why we do what we do. And our vision and our mission really outline that very clearly. It is grounded in helping every individual student reach their potential. And while those couple of words seem fairly simple, there's a lot of complexity to that work. But I wanted to highlight our vision and mission. You can go to the next slide, please. As Director Ray already outlined for us tonight, and appreciate you really reading the ends and the goals around academic excellence and the sub-ends, I think it's really important to ground us in that work and the connection. So we can go to the next slide. As we all remember, we were very invested in the process to develop a comprehensive strategic plan for our district. We involved our community, our stakeholders, our teachers, our educators, our staff, lots of hours spent to develop what was most important for our school district and the direction moving forward. And so I want to touch on the strategic plan because it is still very alive and present in the work that we are doing in our district. While we have been navigating COVID and the complexities with COVID, there are still definitely work that's been done in each of the areas of the themes. And I'll touch on a couple of those as they're related to academic excellence here in just a minute. You can go to the next slide. So for those of us who are kind of structural thinkers and like a visual, which many of our leaders and our staff are, this was an opportunity to kind of display in a visual format the connection between our board ends, our strategic plan themes, the big rocks that Superintendent Wise has spoken about, as well as how our schools and departments support that. So this visual was created with that in mind. And you will see the board end of collaborative parent, family, and community relations is really all encompassing. And many of these ends and the strategic plan themes are integrated. So even though you see them laid out in different columns, there's connection to each of those to each other. But this is an opportunity to show how all those critical pieces fit together in the strategic alignment of our efforts moving forward. We had the opportunity to share this graphic with our district leadership team 2 weeks ago at the DLT meeting, and it definitely resonated with our leaders to say, okay, now I see how these pieces fit together. And so as often as we can share those connections, I think it is just really critical so that our leaders and our teachers and our staff see that alignment to our efforts and our work.
I love this graphic. I know I just talked loud, but I'm wondering if we could also put priority learning outcomes under or in parentheses after PLCs, just because it seems like that's really the basis of what those PLCs are all about. And I would like to see us integrate that language as well. But also, I love this graphic. I think it does, just what you said, it really does put everything in alignment.
Absolutely. And it is a refinement. This graphic has gone through a couple versions of refinement over the course of the last week or two. And so always appreciate an opportunity to add an additional critical component that helps to paint the picture of the strategic direction of our district. So we will do that. Matt's got that already on his queue. All right, if you could take us to the next slide. So Superintendent Wise has talked with our staff and with the board directors about the 3 big rock priorities within our district. And what you will see here is on the right-hand side, these are really the strategic plan objectives. This comes directly from our strategic plan themes and the objectives in some of our theme areas. And the connection to the work around professional learning communities, the connection to social emotional learning, and the connection to literacy and reading. So every once in a while, there'll be a question of where did the 3 big rocks, how do they fit into our strategic initiative work or our strategic plan work? And they really live in the strategic objectives that you see outlined there and around an alignment to the academic standards, district-wide alignment instructional framework, and of course, the increasing of our physical, social, emotional behavior and prevention efforts. So you will see that living within those objectives.
Go to the next slide. So Director, you stole my thunder, actually, specifically around that. So I really appreciate that so much. I was really excited about it, and there you go. So, but Director, I think to your point, I think in particular around priority student outcomes, this work has to have a target in understanding what our impact of our work is going to do. We can't just say we're doing work without the understanding of the intentional strategic priorities that we want to have as a district. And when we look at these 4 particular areas in relationship to that graphic, as you saw from the strategic plan work to our big rock work to our board ends, it's very clear in the sense of the alignment. I think as you read in particular around academic excellence, I think each one of these areas was directly outlined in the board end, specifically around academic excellence. And so when you look at promoting student engagement and well-being, a lot of our work of looking at whole students, PLC-based work and SEL work, even that idea of developing the academic confidence of our students through our literacy-based work has a direct connection to this work. Talking about improving academic achievement and growth for all students. If that's not the core of PLC work, I'm not quite sure what that is around focusing on results. Preparing all students for post-graduation success. That is absolutely at the core of our entire work, is to ensure that we're not just graduating our students, but ensuring they're being successful post high school, moving forward, just as Corey was, our superintendent Wise was alluding to around some of the success we've seen in our graduates. Having all students have equitable access to a high quality education. We need to ensure each one of our schools provides those opportunities for each individual student that walks in our building. And for this to ensure to happen is we need to make sure we have very clear systems around that. If you go to the next slide. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Love it. You go back one more. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I think that as we talk about our learning outcomes, and I'll obviously I know Ms. Reynolds has some excitement around this topic, I think as well too. But when we talk about the student outcome side of things, it talks about the impact of work, and I think that's obviously I think a huge part of this. Obviously, we want to identify key areas that we want to work and identify what we're working towards. At the fundamental level, and we talk about this a lot, I think within our schools, is we can establish a ton of processes in our schools, but we clearly need to understand the direct impact that work is having on our students beyond just the targets we've established. But that idea is it getting to the student level specifically in these four areas to see our students be successful? Obviously, it's extremely important to have key things that we're working to that's going to have a direct impact on the students. Matt, do you want to elaborate?
I appreciate that because that's one of those things that people get confused about. And we love acronyms, so I'm going to stay away from acronyms because we all love that. So the priority student outcomes are more of the global outputs of what we want from students as they leave our system. And the priority learning outcomes are the knowledge and skills that we would expect at grade levels and subject areas. And so kind of that differentiations, they're both extremely important, which is why they have the priority attached to it. But for the learning side, it literally is the learning that we want students to be able to do. Yes. Yeah, absolutely. And they've come with different names over the years for those of us that have been in the game for a while, whether it's power standards or essential learnings. But this is the idea that it's the essential components for every class based on the standards. So, yeah, great question.
And I appreciate you highlighting that. I think as we're doing this work, I think going off to the next slide, is we really want to ensure there are clear systems to do this work. I think as Deputy Superintendent Hyatt talked particularly about around the aligned structures that are there, is how do we take that concepts that are there and get to a place that we put it in aligned practices as a district. And so obviously we know we want to ensure the board ends are in alignment with strategic themes to big rocks to school plans and goals that are there. But that transfer of practice, if we had to go to all of our schools and say, hey, Mr. Uri, all this is important and you need all of it at this highest level, that's a lot to be able to process. It would overwhelm teachers to a supreme amount. But how do we really focus on those priority things that are there, and how do we ensure there's a clear alignment around this work? I think one of the most important statements as you look at this is how do we invest in our people, time, resources, and supports that positively impact our students? That is fundamentally important as we do this work moving forward. But we need to make sure we have clear processes around that. So our work in our regional work that our executive director of schools have been spending on are directly connected to our big rocks. As we identify our school plans that are aligned, they're directly aligned to our big rocks. As we talk about our level meetings, specifically around PLCs to systematic practices of literacy to engaging in grad competencies and relevance around college readiness, all those specific topics are being aligned as we do that particular work.
So we're going to, as we get going, we want to build in some of our school principals to share a little bit more about what is it that you are doing around organizing around priority standards? What are you doing with your teachers, with your professional learning communities? How are you looking at your data protocols to look at student progress towards reading and outcomes within that, whether it be iReady, iReady Monthly, up to planning for CMAS, planning for SAT, looking at your college level courses and preparation for AP, concurrent enrollment. They're really to say, when you hear these things, what's happening in the schools? How are you using your data, and what are some examples that you'd put in place that you have been doing, and maybe where you also are now? Because we've tried to call out what are our big rocks to keep it simple. Sometimes we try to do everything, and it gets very complicated. And more importantly, how do we call out what's most important? What do you see happening? So I'm going to transition a little bit. We've got microphones I'm going to pass down, and then Andy might jump in and launch you in some other questions as we go within that.
You probably could hear me without it, but. Okay, we were told. Okay, all right, great. I'm Jean Wallach, the proud principal of Heritage Elementary in Highlands Ranch. And it's super exciting for me to be here tonight. I am a data crazy person, so I love data. So at Heritage, we have been fortunate for about the last 4 years to be working with PLCs. We have worked with our teachers on priority learning outcomes, the standards for each grade level, where our kids should be. And we spend a lot of time, we meet twice a month during one of their specials times. We take their time and we just review data. We look at standards. For instance, with CMAS data, we spend some time with our intermediate grades looking individual students and where they are at, where did they score, how close to the next level are they, what do they need, that little push, just to get them. So we call them our bubble kids. So we take time when we get that results in the fall. We're doing it right now, going through each student in the new class. So our third graders that have moved up to fourth grade, we have their results from third grade. So we spend a lot of time really looking at kids and then analyzing as we go through their specific areas in reading. Where are they short? In writing, what area do they need some extra support from teachers? We're fortunate at Heritage to have a flooding model. So what we do is we have a reading time, and it kind of works its way up. We start first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, so that they've got their own time. And with the data that we get through iReady, through CMAS, through GRAs, through whatever results we're looking at, we put every single kid we're trying to meet what they need. How can we grow every kid in our school, no matter where they fall on the spectrum? So the wonderful thing is during this flooding time, we have the teachers, we have all EAs, we have all our instructional aides, we have our specials teachers who, because our numbers are declining, there are certain times in the day when they don't have 3 classes, so they all hands on deck, they come in and we split. For instance, in first grade, we have 2 sections of first grade, so we will have maybe 8 adults at the same time working with kids, exactly what those kids need. And we have really been fortunate. We've found great success with that type of a model. We also do the same thing for math with our kids. So we pre-test our kids. We're looking at math data as well. And if they need to be compacted, if they need, extra curriculum, we will meet their needs. If they need a little extra support, we will put some extra support in that group of kids. But we're constantly, we tease that, we say it's whole school, whole child, whole community, we're one team. And so we really feel like they're all of our kids. They're not just, Mrs. Sexton's class, they're not just that class, they're all of our kids. So if they're all of our kids, we have to make sure that we're meeting their needs in order for them to grow. And our teachers have been wonderful about it, and it's just been a wonderful system that has worked. With COVID last year, it was a little tricky, but our teachers did a wonderful job with the online learning, and keeping kids online and not letting up at all. So it's really worked, and it's been a wonderful time for our teachers to just take care of kids exactly where they need to be taken care of. Sure.
I'd add one thing. I'm gonna boast about Heritage just because I've seen a lot of what they do. They've been incredibly creative despite having enrollment and staffing issues, and they have 100% buy-in from staff. 100%. There's folks who are being brought in to tackle different tasks that might, be other duties as assigned, which can be really sort of tricky. But the system that is set up is completely targeted at kids where they are and trying to move them from where they are. And that's really the basis behind what a PLC should do. And they've really been an exemplar of that.
First of all, kindergarten, kindergarten teachers, congratulations. I think kindergarten teachers can teach anything. So once you figure out what to do with 5-year-olds, you got it down. And then second of all, you were mentioning that you have PLCs, professional learning communities, that go during their planning time. So just information, teachers have an 8-hour day where they have maybe 45 minutes of plan a day, and your teachers are doing a PLC during 2 of their planning times every month,
Every month.
correct?
Correct.
And then you were talking about how you looked at the CMAS data, but you were saying that this happens every month. So you also use interim assessments, and what other assessments are you using to track individual kids on a monthly basis?
Well, we have these wonderful data digs, and I'd be happy to share them with you. And what they are is their grade level. They have every single student, and we're tracking every single data. So for iReady, and we get wonderful, I am going to put a plug in for the district. We get wonderful, wonderful support from Matt, from Ellen, from Nate, from the assessment team. They come to our regional meetings. They come to our district leadership meetings, and they allow us time to dig into data and look at everything. So they're a wonderful, wonderful. They tell us all the tricks. We got to learn all the tricks of everything. But we have on those data digs, we have iReady, and iReady is broken out into phonics, phonemic awareness, vocabulary, informational text, all areas. And we can see, we have in there where they are, how they score. So they may have tested out a phonics, they may have tested out a phonemic awareness, but vocabulary, So we can get a group of kids and we can look at that data and we can say, the group, when we do our flooding, we're going to pull these 6 kids and we're going to work on vocabulary with them. And it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Our iReady data, shows us where our kiddos are in the green, where our kids are yellow, where our kids are red. We're doing GRAs. Our school is piloting Wonders this year, so there's some wonderful assessments that we have with Wonders. We have in there their writing, their beginning of the year writing assessment, diagnostic. So it's got a wealth of information in there, and we kind of rotate. One time we'll say, okay, we're going to be we spend a little bit of time looking at priority learning outcomes as well. We do that at our staff meetings so that we give the teachers time. We just have a staff meeting once a month before school. So we're trying not to we used to have this wonderful thing called double specials, and we no longer have it because we just financially couldn't afford to do it. So really, over the last 2 years, we haven't had double specials, but before that time, I've been fortunate to been at Heritage for the last 20 years, it's 21 years. And so as a teacher there, we had the double specials, and that's when we did a lot of our professional learning communities at that time during our double specials, because you had your regular specials. But in all honesty, losing those double specials, just because of financial, we just couldn't afford to keep them. Our teachers are still willing to give up that plan time to come together as colleagues to talk about kids, to look at data. So I know I'm very fortunate with the staff that I have. They're wonderful, and so it works out great.
I want to say, yeah, if you have a staff where the culture really does give up 90 minutes, when they only have 45 minutes each day for planning, instruction, and K-6 schools, they're planning all content. So it's a lot of planning, and to be able to give that up for a PLC to dig into data is important and speaks to the culture of the school. And also to thank you, 20 years in a school, get a big pat on the back.
I
A
think
lot
they're
of
gonna have
schools
to
would
pull me
appreciate
out in
that.
a wheelchair, get rid of her. She's got to go. But no, I love it.
Hi, I'm Kristen Drury, Legacy Point, and it's my honor, this is my 4th year at Legacy Point, so to be able to share some of the progress that we've made, I'm truly humbled to be able to do that. It's fun to talk about teaching and learning again, so thank you for this opportunity, truly. We've done quite a few things with around the same things, some similar systems, so I know Jean and I have been colleagues for a long time, and we bounce ideas off of each other. I'll add that some of the pieces that we have spent time on, as I'm sure other elementaries do too, is that we've spent a lot of time really developing some norms and working agreements on how we look at data, because data can be threatening when you really drill down to very specifics with efficacy and effectiveness of teachers. And so some of the pieces that we've put into place are spending times on norms, working agreements about how we deal with conflict, how we use data with our planning, what agreements do we have in terms of our vision and the beliefs that we have about teaching and learning with kids. Like, these are big questions, right, that you can spend a lot of time on. Where we meet, how we meet, what the meeting looks like, what people bring and how they sit. These seems so minute, but it can have a big impact on effectiveness for true PLC, which really a good professional learning community will be in place, whether it's planning with your team or integrated into our MTSS systems or meeting with our staff all together. How are we learning together? How are we using data to do our work together? So aligning all of those systems has been really the work of the last 4 years. So it doesn't feel different when we have a PLC day versus a staff meeting versus our once a month MTSS/PLC time with grade levels. The work we're doing is kind of the same. We're monitoring data, we're looking at students, we're using that iReady plus individual assessments and CMAS data, and saying what are we doing really well, what do we need to tweak a little bit, what are some celebrations that we can see in the data, what do we need to continue. One of my favorite conversations is last year when we were working with these grade level meetings, and we weren't noticing a big movement with an intervention we had been trying using just LLI text, which are pretty research-based, but we were not seeing the impact that we wanted to. So mid-year, we said, all right, well then if it's not working, we've got to figure out something else. And so we found another resource that we thought would be a little bit better. And sure enough, it just had that additional level of detail or instruction so that anybody who we had pushing in and helping students, it made it just a little bit more effective. And I think that's the true heart of really professional learning community. And I was so proud of our staff for being able to look at it and say, I guess it's not. What else can we look at? What else can we do? So that was a celebration. We have a huge data wall that we've implemented this year. We've been tracking the data. If you were to see literacy spreadsheets by grade level, and we do it by grade level so that all voices can be heard just a little bit more intensely. We used to have the student support teams that a lot of schools had in place, but what we noticed is that we weren't really getting to the level of specificity that we wanted to. So when we pushed it into grade levels, we noticed that teachers would talk very specifically about an individual student or a trend that they were seeing, and we were able to offer support that was really unparalleled. And so this year we've lifted that data that's been on a spreadsheet that's been electronic that we all had access to, and we're putting it up on a wall. And we talked about the very first meeting, we said, what could be the impacts of displaying this data visually like this? And it doesn't have student names, it has student numbers, just so you know. And it's done by grade levels. But we know who they are. We're also tracking, girls, boys, ELL students. We're tracking a lot of different data pieces on this data wall. Because if we notice a trend, we'll be able to see it easier. But everybody said that they thought it would. Number one, it was interesting. Teachers said, I think it's going to hold me more accountable. I think it'll push me a little bit more even than I've been pushed before. Specialists talked about how they were able to see their kids at a glance much easier than they were able to see on our spreadsheets because it was kind of broken down by teacher. And so we're looking forward to seeing what that kind of a system can do for us as a school. Just that visual effort with the same vision. We're all trying to move kids through to this endpoint, but we have very specific marks on quarters. And really determining what exactly we're looking at for those quarters was an important conversation as well. You heard a lot of things, even specifically with social emotional learning. We're a leader in me school, and we teach, the 7 habits for highly effective people in kid language. The difference is that it really does teach very specific social skills for kids. So the layer that we've added this year is assessment of implementation of these strategies. So I'll give you an example because it's sometimes too nebulous, but with a kindergarten, first habit is be proactive. And so they talked about what does it really look like if a kindy can do this well based on the lessons we teach them. And so first one was being responsible. So the kindy teachers had examples from the curriculum that we use of taking responsibilities for their supplies and also their personal needs, right? Like going to the bathroom. It's an important kindy school. And then in circle of control, talking about not being bossy to other kids, respecting each other's space, not tattling. So they're really going into specific pieces and evaluating how well kids are doing this. And this is all up on our data wall as well. And then our counselor and our social worker are able to come in and say, okay, which kids aren't moving proficiently through habit 1? And very intently pull social emotional tier 2 interventions, which I think is kind of unique, and we're excited to see how that works. So in addition to the academic data, we're looking at that. And so after the 4 years, we've been putting some of these pieces in place, aligning all of our systems with Leader in Me. The kids are setting goals, the grade levels are setting goals, it's tracked at a school level. We're monitoring the effectiveness from a system level so that it's not all up to teachers. And I think that's a really important piece. I think teaching is overwhelming, to say the very, very least. And we have chosen to have a school-wide systemic approach for how we can intervene with different groups of kids based on needs. So using some of those very specific pieces that Jean was talking about, like with iReady, and looking at a group of students that needs, phonemic awareness or phonics, and being able to pull those kids from a variety of classes to provide this very specific intervention has been so helpful for teachers because they can't do it all, right? Like it's hard. And so we're proud about that too. And so just a celebration, for the first time in the last 5 years, Legacy Point tested above the district average for CMAS for 3rd and 4th grade. So we know our interventions are working. So that's very, very exciting for us.
And Kristen, yeah, congratulations. And Jean, I think Jean has celebrations for Heritage also when you look at the growth and then you start to see snapshots of achievement. But to go back a little bit, we're talking about comprehensive SEL. We're talking about academic growth and achievement, and they go hand in hand. Sometimes we think we separate things, just like sometimes we have labels. We have students that might be ELL, students with an IEP. But when you look at a lot of these, it's about all students. It's about the growth, achievement potential of all students. And school isn't just academics. It's how we grow as people. And I think they go hand in hand, just like when we get into life. College doesn't necessarily prepare us for exactly what we do in our job, how we can transition to be successful in college or the military or the workforce. Then how we transition from those into our careers and our life, being parents. And I think it's a universal piece, but I happened to walk in the boardroom the other day, and not only do we have a principal who leads her school, but she also leads professional development, and she was leading adaptive schools, which several years ago, I took the adaptive schools work, how to be a great team member, how do you look at your roles, how you look at data and do protocols. Kristen Drury led that when I was a director, and she was an assistant principal. Now she leads it as a principal still for teachers, principals, and teams that come in. So you look at how we engage in that professional learning community, that professional development to help all teachers, all employees, all leaders get better. People change, but you create that system where you continue to build in those skills that build the success. So you look at the kudos of number of roles. You talk about being a kindergarten teacher at your school, teaching with several of the teachers that are there, now being then being our assistant principal, then principal. You see that impact. And I think that's how you start to develop strengths. The greatest teachers make the greatest impact on kids, and that's that journey. So I'm gonna have Andy talk a little bit before he builds in a little more of a middle school, high school perspective of the work, because each level is similar, but it's different within that.
So before I do that, first of all, thanks for being here tonight to talk about the support and work. Before I do that, though, I'm just curious, do any directors have any questions for Jean or Kristen? I want to dive into that a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we also want this to be is, what does the system need to do for you to continue to do the great work? What do we need to know as a board? I mean, I certainly heard from Jean, as my population shrinks, it becomes more difficult for me to do the flooding model because I have less staff to do that. You know, but then it's also great to hear your specials teachers are teaching reading, which I think when our community hears that, it makes sense that we have full-time specials teachers at all our buildings, because they're not just teaching specials, they're also teaching reading. So my question to both of you is, what do you need from us, from the system, to continue to show the growth in student performance that you're seeing?
I think there's been some conversations. I know that people know this, but continued site-based budget funding so that we can hire more people to help with the systems. We have noticed, and I've talked to my colleagues, so I know this is echoed not just at my school, an increase in needs social emotionally. Like kids, they really are struggling with how to do school after the past couple years. And I've heard that's even happening at the high school level as well. And so that's kind of funny to hear. But you know, we need more support. It doesn't feel like we have enough hands on deck to support the enormous needs and complexities of students who are struggling with that. That would be bottom line. Even if it's just hands at this point, David, I will take anything. But you know, yeah, it's to support mental health of kids, but they often need one-on-one support in some capacity. We need people to be able to help kids find strategies, learn more effective ways of interacting, learn ways of interacting with their work. And in classes, it's just a struggle sometimes.
Yeah, I agree with Kristen absolutely. I want to say that what helps in all reality is the district paying for a reading curriculum as opposed to my school paying for a reading curriculum, because I would have had to save that $80,000, and this way I can use it for people. And you're exactly right, Mr. A. I have the most wonderful specials teachers there are. I mean, they're absolutely amazing. And they said, we want to be full time. We can't. We will leave if we are 0.8. If you're 0.7, I mean, in all reality, they should be 0.8. But I don't want to lose them. And they said, we will do vocabulary cards. We will read to kids. We will do, and it's the greatest thing ever, that keeping them full time. So, and then they've done lunch duty, they've done recess duty, they've covered for IEP meetings. I mean, they have said, as long as we can remain full time in your school, which is so important. I mean, I know my numbers are going down, and I know it's hard to justify 3 specials when I've got 2 kindergartners and 2 first grade classes, 2 second, 2 third, and that trend will probably continue. But I'm just going to try to keep them as long as I can. So ways that the district could support those curriculum costs, then that allows me to be able to use my budget for people, just all for people and bodies in there.
If I can add as well, I have the privilege of being on the PLC strategic plan team. And one of the things that we've talked about, and Director Chancho Shore alluded to it, is the notion of time, right? The other aspect of it is having some built-in time that truly is dedicated to the assessment aspects of trying to figure out where kids are, the needs, the planning. So, you know, I know some of our neighbors in different areas have moved to a Wednesday PLC morning, and I will share with you that we understand that's down the line. But that is a thought of how do we, as a PLC group, find some time to literally build into a schedule. That could help actually address the all hands on deck, because sometimes when you're bringing a bunch of people together, what you're doing is having to cover other areas where if you actually have the built-in time, it might answer the question of not needing the additional personnel.
So I was looking at and thinking about going there too, and I'll try not to talk too much, but these are my favorite kinds of board meetings, is to learn the wonderful, and I'm kind of quiet most of the time, but I'm not quiet when we're talking about this, so I'll try really hard to pass it on from here. But my 2 points. One, there's the pot of money, and the pot of money is split between site-based budgeting and what district supports. So this question is, do you prefer site-based money, or do you prefer support for curriculums, et cetera, and do you think your colleagues think that too? Because there's just one pot of money. And then the other point about district curriculum, and this is a question for probably not the principals, but other staff, where we do have a big rock about creating and implementing an inclusive PK-12 curriculum. Do we have that? And if we do not have that, what does that look like in the plans? And of course, that's a question for whenever you get to it.
Am I supposed to answer that? Because site-based or district, you know, I mean, obviously there's just such a tension between both, and obviously both are needed in different ways. So that's all.
I agree. I mean, it's wonderful to have your site-based, to be able to use the money the way you see fit in your building, because, you know, Kristen's needs may be different than my building's needs. So it's nice that we have that autonomy to be able to do that. However, it is very nice when the district supports initiatives like I know how important the reading is, and by doing the pilot this year, I mean, we just feel like we've hit the jackpot, and, you know, they have been wonderful, and all the materials have come in like just for free into the building. So it's a blessing for the school and for our teachers and for our kids and community. So that's wonderful. So that's a tricky question.
And to go a little bit on the district side, I'll let Matt, I think he's going to talk about it a little bit later, but you've hit the nail on the head. In a district that's underfunded, how do we set priorities? One of the things that we've readjusted in our own analysis audit is reading resources for elementary. And elementary schools cannot afford to buy their own reading resources. Therefore, we've designated and allocated money for that. And one of the goals this year is to take a look at narrowing down to the two most, you know, several of the best resources, pilot, and then select what's best. So I think we, you know, I happened to be at Heritage Elementary the other day, and they were getting feedback on the resource they're using. Not just what's good, but what are we gonna have to supplement? What do we notice? Because there's not one perfect resource. How are we gonna have to work on those? But really looking at two that really hit multiple priorities: Read Act, literacy, dyslexia, recovery, reading for students with IEPs that might struggle. So I think in each of those, we're looking at how to use the resources that have the biggest bang for your buck, how to provide that for those who need it the most, and right now that's elementary, and then what else we're gonna have to supplement with. And so I think that's a key piece. Matt will talk on a little bit more, but I think that's a key piece of balancing that site-based, but then also being very targeted and intentional to provide what's most important.
Right. So I just have two comments. One is related to the resources, because I know that for the fact that, for example, Dallas County High School, they want to expand more automotive programs, but they can because it's hard to find people or don't have enough resources. And resources is a big thing of how we could have a synergy for all of those schools. And also, even for iReady, we identify some of the challenge, but how can we have adequate resources to take care of our special ed student? And I think, and again, thank you for the vote to pass the 2018 Bill and Bond initiative, but it just helped us to go up to a certain level. But resources-wise, we are still far behind the surrounding school district. So I just want to board this up, and all of the things that you talk about need resources to get it from there. So, and as I look at the slides that you present, financial part doesn't seem to be factored into the equations. And so that's my number one comment. I just want to see how are we going to address that elephant in the room, which is where do we find the money to get this and make this happen? And the second part is sometimes we oversimplify what can help our student. I, in some instance, said that the school district is good if we only teach 3 hours really good, which is reading, arithmetics, and so all those. So, but then we're looking at what you present. Seems like besides the 3 hours that we are looking at, emotional learning of student and post-graduation success, and how can we teach a person to be a productive citizen that is more than what 3 hours is. So I just want you to comment a little bit about our goal and our target, and what are we in the school district think that is a success for our student to be able to be a good citizen after graduate from high school, or as long as they can master 3 hours and that's enough.
I can speak to that. Turn the microphone on here first. I can speak to that a little bit and start going into our next slide. When you talk about the success of graduates, kind of at the beginning, Corey talked about some of our successful graduates and what they're doing right now. I went to the Super Diamond concert on Saturday night. I'm not sure if I should be admitting this to you all or not, but I was there. Were you there, Director Shore? I was there, and as I was walking around, and there was a lot of people there, I ran into a former student from about 15 years ago from Douglas County High School, who was real big into the auto tech program, right? And he was explaining to me how he's doing auto tech now and all these things, and he apologized for giving me so much grief as a student and all this. We had a great time walking down memory lane with him, and then I ran into some former Rock Canyon parents as well, and they were pleased to share with me how well their students are doing and what they're doing. For as long as I've been in Douglas County High School, which is 20 years, we have done more than the 3 R's. We have focused on the whole child, back to Gene's comment. And it's one thing I feel like it really makes Douglas County stand out. It's a thing that I like about Douglas County. And as a parent of 3 boys in Douglas County, I can tell you, I want them graduating with much more than just good academic achievement within their the 4 common or the 5 common academic areas. I want them to graduate to be sturdy human beings, to use Sid's words, who can persevere and take on challenges and can find their own level of success in their life. And so while I was talking to one student of mine Saturday night who's now an auto mechanic, he's completely happy and successful, and talking about starting his own business, and talking to some parents whose kids are in pre-med now out on the East Coast doing some amazing things too. For every student, it's giving them what they need to find their own level of success. Back to what Danny was stating earlier, and back to what David stated when looking at the definition of academic excellence. So it's there. So, as we move through some of this tonight, you're going to see some data. Matt's going to share it with you, primarily from pre-K elementary to middle school. And it's important that when we look at that data, that we're framing it in the educational environment that we all have been part of for the past 2 years. And the one thing I've experienced both as a parent and a principal is the primary thing that's difficult when you look at the different changes to the educational environment that our students have been in is that they don't get the regular and consistent, they did not get the regular and consistent feedback from their teachers. And that's evident when you look in subjects like mathematics and other areas. That's one of the number one things that we can do to help kids is when you look over their shoulder and you're helping them, even if it's an affirmation that they're doing it right, or if it's some help to help them get it right and get to the right direction. So I'm excited because our kids are back in school. They have the teachers with them every day, looking over their shoulders, helping them, doing flooding models, doing, other things that are happening in our schools, which are going to lead to a greater amount of success. But with that being said, some of the things that you're going to see here tonight with the data is that when you talk about pre-K and elementary, I find it actually very remarkable that we maintained consistent reading and ELA scores during what we went through. That is remarkable. It is remarkable, and it needs to be celebrated because it's outstanding, and it's not the same data that other school districts are looking at. So it speaks a lot to the work that our teachers and our students were able to accomplish during a very difficult time. And then as we get into middle, I'm gonna show you a little bit of score comparison, and we're gonna share some score comparison to try to make sense of what does that CMAS data really mean on a trend level. So if this percentage of our students meet or exceed this data, what does it mean when they get to high school from an SAT perspective? So sharing a little bit about that. And then in future meetings, we're gonna be sharing with you some of the things about high school pathway opportunities, accelerated courses, AP, IB, concurrent enrollment, career technical education, different certifications and associate's degrees, those pieces. And then beyond that, scholarship opportunities, graduation, and we're talking about NCAA clearinghouse data that comes back to us that shares how our students are doing there. And then also we're required to do a check-in with our CTE and CE students 2 years, up to 2 years after graduation to check in on them to see how they're doing. So pulling some of that data back to share with you guys. As a high school principal, I always felt that the true success of the high school where I was, at Rock Canyon, Douglas County High School, the true success is our graduates. That's what really tells us how well we're doing. How well are our graduates doing? Have they found their level of success and happiness in life? And so the more we can try to capture that, the better. We're not very good at tracking down our graduates. It's real easy to track down some stellar graduates or famous graduates or people that are doing well, but we need to track down all of our graduates and find out how we did and where they've struggled and where they've found success. If we can pull those data sources back, I'm confident that we can improve the work that we do with them as our PLCs and those pieces. So can you go to the next slide, please, Mark? So if you take a look at this is a little bit of trend data. I want to share this and then just the next slide. And then I want to cut into Sid Rundle to share a little bit about the middle school perspective, and then Megan to share the high school perspective, since you've heard the elementary. But tonight you're gonna see some data. Matt's gonna share some of this data with you. I wanna put it into context. So if you look at 2016 8th grade student who, the class of students, all 8th graders in Douglas County School District, with 50% of them meeting or exceeding in English language arts, that number moved up to, in 2019, to 79% of our kids meeting that benchmark on SAT. What that benchmark indicates is that they have reached a level in English reading and writing that says they're going to be successful at the next level without any remedial courses. It doesn't mean that that's only the number that can go to college. Certainly, more students than that can. It's just that they may need remedial work, or they might not be as successful when they get there. Okay, so that's what those benchmarks indicate. I don't need to read all of this to you. You can see it, you have the slides. But we wanted to share kind of this student journey for you to show that sometimes the results in middle and elementary school, it doesn't equal a graduation rate. It doesn't equal that this is where their SAT benchmark's going to be. As you can see, these numbers go up. And you can also see we have a considerable amount of attention to pay attention to math as we move forward too. So so it's not the exact same cohort of students, but it is the same class, if that makes sense. So it shifts and changes, and we didn't track specific students to the student. So want to be clear.
So I think the elephant in the room is when people look at this data, they're telling you, hey, Corey, Andy, you're failing 50% of our students. Look at the number. So is it how you interpret the data, and how should you interpret the data? And how do we, DCSD, I heard that we actually outperform the state FH, and also we are probably on the top in the Metro Denver district, with this number. So how do you interpret this number? Are we failing 50% of the students?
Absolutely not. So if you switch to the next slide, you keyed this up well for me, Director Lung, I appreciate it. And I'll just jump to that last bullet point on this slide, which is that we have the highest in 2020, we had the highest graduation rate in the Denver metro area. And that includes Boulder and all of the other surrounding school districts that you can imagine here in this Denver metro area. We had a 92.1% graduation rate in 2020. And so that's something to be extremely proud of. That certainly does not suggest that we're failing 50% of our kids. That's an extremely high number, and a high number for the state of Colorado. And our graduation requirements are much more stringent than a lot of our surrounding school districts as well. We require 24 hours for graduation credit. It was always challenging as a high school principal when you would have someone move, let's say, from Cherry Creek School District, where their requirement is 20, and if they're moving in late in their high school career as a senior, they might be behind in credits for what our standards are and what we need to do, and we need to try to get them caught up. And so they weren't like our typical seniors who might only take 5 or 6 classes. They had a full load. And so what our district performance framework suggests here from 2019, which is the last one we really have to go off of, and what these other bullet points suggest is I feel like we're doing a great job. And of course, the thing that I recognize, absolutely, is we can do better. I also recognize that there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of work to be done to get to where ultimately we want to be, where our graduation rate is exceeding where we have it right now, and where we're checking in on our graduates and they're doing well. So, I'm happy to entertain any questions or anything, but I know we're running up, we really kind of messed up that whole time schedule. You had to, but I think it's good because it's been great conversation and great questions. And I love the fact that we get to hear from our building leaders, because it gives us a really good sense of how the rubber hits the road, right? Like, it just shows us exactly what's being done. And I'd like to give Sid that opportunity and Megan that opportunity to share the middle and the high school level as well, but I don't know if we're encroaching upon a break. So. Okay. And then we can let these guys go to their schools. Okay, sounds good.
So, all right, do I have that on? So, I don't remember what the question was. We've been fairly wide-reaching in our responses on where we've gone. So, what specifically could I
Let me
address?
pose a question to you, okay? Really, I think what I've really gleaned from the elementary examples is, at the middle level, if you're speaking on behalf of your experience, Sid, and then your colleagues, how have you used PLCs not only to call out what the personalized learning or the learning outcomes are at each level, and how you've aligned your instruction to those, but then also utilize the data to continue progressing and to help your students move forward?
Great, thank you. Because I want to talk about all that other stuff too, but we might have to wait till October especially to address that really important conversation. So, Principal Walt talked about, a lot of the teacher pedagogical structures that really support PLCs, and that, is really where the rubber meets the road. But I guess I want to highlight that I would maintain that middle school philosophy and structures invented the concept of PLC. I don't think Rick DeFore and others would agree with that, but that's my interpretation, because middle school structures are a perfect hand-in-glove fit for PLC structures. And I guess I want to say that because I also want to acknowledge to the board, and I think the question, Director Chantrashore, that you asked is, middle school is not efficient. It is not an efficient model. It is an expensive model, and it is an effective model. But there are far more efficient ways of rolling kids through the middle school curriculum. But it would violate all the things that we hold and believe to be strong practice, particularly as it relates to this larger concept of professional learning communities. So without giving you a overburdened primer on what is middle school philosophy, you realize that for particularly the 5 academic subjects that we teach, in a middle school you have no fewer than 3 and sometimes as many as 6 teachers that are teaching the exact same curriculum, the exact same course. So it's a little bit different even than high schools, where even though you have a department, within that department you've got specialty one-off classes and a great, wonderful plethora of opportunities. But at middle school, I've got 6 teachers that are teaching 8th grade math. We've got 6 teachers that are teaching 7th grade world geography. So what a marvelous opportunity, because you have a built-in vested professional learning community of people coming together to say, are these really the priority learning outcomes? Can all 5 of us, can all 6 of us look each other in the eye and say, these are the things we shall not fail to teach to all of our kids, right? So that's that very first level of PLC that is so significant and important. And I'll tell you, transformative in the life of me as a middle school principal when we finally got to that level of discussion. And this was before the great work of Erica Mason and Matt's teams with the priority learning outcomes, which matched very much what our teachers had already determined or thought was coming. It was a great fit. But in addition to the fact that you've got teachers teaching the same content, you also have the ability then for those teachers, and it's built into middle school schedule, to meet during the day, to talk about their work, to share their results, to craft common assessments. We're all teaching the same thing. Let's craft a common assessment, let's give the assessment, and let's come back and let's look at our results, and let's find out which one of us is getting an outlier result. And then let's talk about that. That's all PLC, professional learning community, is at its core. But that is the ability that's built into a middle school structure with that inter-rater reliability, that ability to really focus on actual kid work and say, this is what we're doing. Or particularly, I have students in my class that are not meeting this standard. And I know you do too, and you do too. What are we going to do for these kids, and how shall we craft our interventions to help those kids? So anyways, that's the PLC work that can happen at a middle school. It cannot happen in that way nearly as well in a junior high model. And so I think it's an important distinction, and I will always trumpet and celebrate Douglas County for having the courage to insist that middle school philosophy is still where we want to be, as long as we can sustain that. And I thank our taxpayers, and I thank the board for that. Lastly, and I'll turn it over to Megan, she's got much better things to offer, but we also, for a year, dove into the idea of a data wall at a middle school. And I want to give full credit to Principal Doug Humphrey at Eagle Ridge Elementary, who's a far better principal than I ever was. And I stole the idea from him because I saw the power of a wall, like you said, of all kids. And so we did that at middle school. We had 2 walls because we have 900 kids. So we had a wall of 900 kids, English language arts, and a wall of 900 kids, math. And those kids were listed in order of where they are achieving on their test from the previous year. We also crosswalked it with iReady so that we could monitor throughout the course of the year what kids are moving on this wall and what kids are not moving on this wall. And it gave us a very strong visual. And Krista, you're probably smarter than I was, but I said, heck no, I want their pictures on there. I want we took every student's class picture and we put it, now we displayed it in the front lobby. No, we didn't do that. This was in a secured environment. But we wanted to remind ourselves that these are real human beings, that these are real scores. And if that kid down there isn't moving, then shame on us. And we need to do something different. And we're not going to feel comfortable looking at this wall and seeing that there's no movement happening. It was a very, very powerful, it was very arduous, ridiculous work. And I ruined 2 walls, paint jobs entirely doing that. But the power of that type of data analysis and really looking for growth was huge. Megan, I'll hand it over to you.
Can I say something just real quick? I want to reveal something in case some of you may already know this. But before Megan goes, one of the reasons I asked Megan here tonight you know, Rock Canyon's been celebrated and recognized a lot for academic achievement. And I've always been able to stand up there and, you know, champion Rock Canyon and receive a lot of credit for it. But the reason Megan's here is because she's the work behind a lot of that. And so I want to point that out and just talk about what an amazing mind Megan has. And she's an incredibly hard worker who is completely responsible for a lot of the success that Rock Canyon High School has seen for the past 10 years. So thanks for being here, Megan and our other building leaders.
I think that's a great time to take a break. Thanks, Andy. No pressure following these two guys. So yeah, thank you for the opportunity to come here and explain a little bit about what we do at Rock Canyon. I would be the last person to say we have all the answers, but we have found value in investing in some work that lives over the course of many years, and so that we can see whether what we chose to do is successful or not, instead of changing course every school year. So having said that, about 10 years ago, right around the time Andy took over the helm there, we embarked on this work of defining, driven by the PLC questions, right? Driven by what do we want kids to know and how are we going to know if they know it? We embarked on this task of trying to define in each of the curricular areas, in each of the departments, and at the course level, what it is that we want kids to know, and creating documents that are aligned with state standards and is aligned with what were called at the time essential learnings in the district. These curriculum matrices that would stand the test of time, but also be reflected on and changed as the years have changed. And so something that would survive, changing, ever-changing staffing within the school, that could even survive COVID, we hope. But something that we're going to say, these are what's important for students to learn in this course that is aligned with state standards and that we can now call our priority learning outcomes. And so every year, every time we meet as PLCs, they're in some way reflecting back on those documents so that we can say we have a common curriculum that can define what it is to take world geography or to take Algebra 1 at Rock Canyon High School. And so we have this common curriculum that we think is important to have so that we can say that there's going to be a consistency to what the curriculum is at our school in this course. In terms of being able to gather data, there's two big things that we rely on and that we continue to monitor, and that is PSAT, SAT scores and our AP scores in terms of being able to identify data to which we can respond. There's all sorts of other things that we do, obviously, but what we really like about those is that when the state of Colorado adopted the SAT suite of assessments as a measurement of learning at the high school level, that allows us to do a lot of identification early on so that we can identify the kids that might need extra interventions or extra remediation as they get closer and closer to graduation, or closer and closer to taking those tests that are going to, be needed to some degree to define what they're going to be doing after high school in terms of the SAT, college entrance, those types of things. And so if you go in there, they actually have a lot of utilities within the College Board that all of our core departments use in order to identify and do a lot of question analysis to see what is the skill that's being tested in this course at this grade level. How well are we doing as a school and as a PLC of this common course in being able to have the students be successful on that particular skill, not the content, but the skill. And they found that really useful to use as conversation pieces within their PLC meetings to say, oh, in this English 10 level course, our kids are being tested on this particular skill in literary analysis or whatever the case might be, and we're not doing so well on that. So let's be more mindful of embedding that in our curriculum, or be very out there with our juniors, especially getting them ready for the SAT to teach them not just the test-taking skills, but the content that they're going to need to be successful on those. So we have made use a lot of the utilities that are in the College Board website there to give us data that helps us and our teachers
help our students, be successful on that more extrinsic data. The second thing that we look at and that we've tried to do over the past several years is expand our AP course offerings. I particularly, and I know a lot of our teachers are of the belief that every student, should take at least one AP course while in high school because it teaches them the study habits, it teaches them the writing skills, it teaches them the self-discipline and the organization that they're going to be needed, that they're going to need to be successful in their post-high school life, whatever the case may be. Now, we are lucky that we have a very, very supportive community that is, sets out their expectations of us very clearly to which we can respond in terms of aligning our curricular offerings. And so that's been a really successful thing that we've done, is to be able to use the instructional planning reports year over year that we get from the College Boards in terms of our students' performance on the AP exam. So we have some of that hard data that we receive in terms of our students' performance on those sort of more nationally normed exams that we use. And then I guess I would say, finally, we have seen a big explosion in interest in our CE and our CTE offerings as well. I mean, we have a very, very big AP program. We had almost 40% of our student body take an AP exam last year, and that was in a very, very difficult year to teach this. And so we have a lot of interest in taking that, but we're also really proud of the fact that we see a lot of students and families be more and more interested in our CE and CTE offerings. And so we're very grateful to the voters for being able to build us this wing that we have, because I spent most of my day today down in our new EMT program with those students, and it's really incredible what our fire science, our EMT, and now our criminal justice students are being able to do. And that's thanks to the board here, thanks to Douglas County and our voters that have been able to expand those programs. And so in terms of being able to produce these graduates that Andy's talking about, and being able to measure how successful they are in the years to come, I think it starts with being able to offer them what we call a demand-based scheduling. So we solicit from the students in January every year the courses that they want to take, and then we're committed to providing a schedule for the following school year that gives them those courses. And so it's our challenge to make sure that we have hired and trained, developed, and have the best possible teachers to put in front of them, because the students are telling us, we want to take more of this class, or we want to do that. So then we're committed to providing that educational program to them. And I think that really allows students to explore their interests and be that much more prepared for their post-high school life, because they know, I've been able to have this opportunity to explore this particular curricular area or this course of study within high school, and now I know I really want to do this when I leave here. So we are committed to that varied course offering. So I'll stop there.
As we open up to questions for the secondary level, I also want to point out, I said Kristen Drury, being a teacher in our district, part of curriculum instruction assessments, assistant principal, now principal. You look at Megan also, a teacher, advanced placement teacher, leader in curriculum instruction assessment in our school district, an assistant principal, an interim principal, a backbone of Rock Canyon. You look at their academic achievement. And then you heard Sid say something. I think there's a question of what really happens. You have John Gutierrez, who's a former principal, who's sharing ideas about how do we use iReady better, because he was one of the first schools at Cougar Run using iReady, and other schools take that. Doug Humphreys at Eagle Ridge, who talks about making a data wall and having it visible. And it's a work in partnering with our curriculum instruction and assessment group of how we use data better. Aaron, and you look at that title going across of family engagement across everything. And as a principal, not only is she doing the academics, the social emotional, but she's building that community engagement throughout. So when you look at the leadership and it transforms, it's not just in each school. It's trying to align, and you look at our past 2 level meetings, and I'll give kudos to EDOS and school leadership and others. We're managing COVID right now. None of us want to be managing COVID. We want to be leading the school district, leading schools leading a classroom. But in a 2-hour meeting with each level, hour and a half that we started with was on instruction, it was on celebrations, what's happening, those metrics, what do we value, sharing those ideas of what's happening. We want the high schools to be sharing what's working and what are we challenged with. We want the middle schools to be sharing what's working in the elementaries. Then you look at the regional time. That time is set up then as a feeder in regions to be aligning that work. So I just, sometimes we don't know what happens. What are people doing? What are their jobs? And you look at the intentionality, the purpose, and even in a time where you're managing some of the challenges, we're staying focused on what matters most. And the time is being spent on what matters most because, let's face it, our kids' experiences, our kids' growth, success, achievement. And I'm proud to say that you look at the work that they're putting in, even when you could spend it on just logistics, just how do we do it with COVID, how do we handle these changes. We're spending a little bit of time on it, but it's at the end because we're spending on what matters most. So I just want to call it out when you hear these things, it is sharing ideas. It's taking in and building upon it, and it's intentional. So what questions do you have for Megan, Sid, and others before break?
Yeah, directors, quick questions, because I know we're all ready for a break. I do want to just acknowledge Gene Wallach, Kristen Drury, Megan Brown for being at the table with us. You guys, holy cow. And this is exactly the conversation that we've been hungering for some time, because you're right, this is the stuff that counts. And so, but to listen to the three of you, and you hear the purpose, the intentionality, the systems, and each child counts. When I think about 900 faces on your wall, that it doesn't, we're just not looking at a number. We're saying that every face matters, whether it's through the flooding, whether it's through AP. So it just is a celebration, but it's also just, again, an affirmation of the intentionality of us doing things in spite of some of the things that we don't like to have to deal with, but we're doing anyway. So anyway, quick questions. Yep.
First of all, thank you so much. This has been an incredible evening to spend with each and every one of you. I wish that our boardroom was standing room only this week, as it has been the past few, because this is such a celebration of what's happening in our schools. I wish that every single parent who has a student in Douglas County could hear and could be a part of this conversation. Just a quick question that's hopefully easy. As a parent, as I'm listening to all of these different data points and all of the different ways you're measuring, where could I as a parent or any of our parents go to access the information that is being tracked and used to monitor our own children's progress?
So I'll start, and then I can always pass a little bit. When I think about, so I too am a parent. As my oldest daughter is now a sophomore in college, I would say that you start off, first things I asked when I went to parent-teacher conferences, are they nice? Are they sharing? Are they working hard? And then I'd want to know, how are they doing with reading and writing? Are they grade level or above? If they're not, how do we work on that? I'd also want to know how they're doing it in math and sciences, because it transfers over. But I think those are the things I start to ask. So at grade level, engage with your schools, engage with your teachers. Simple questions. Where are they with reading at the beginning of the year? How does it progress? Teachers can talk to that. Where are we with writing at the beginning of the year? How does it progress? When I start to get to middle school, I ask those same questions and say, what's our readiness going into high school? And I think a lot of times, I'm an educator, so we kind of know what to think and plan for. But I think as non-educators, those questions of where do our kids see themselves in the future? What are their goals? And then how do you start to connect those? Because what you want to do is plan for the hardest and then give kids choices, because they opened up all the doors. Then they choose what they want. So I think in those middle school years, you start looking at, what do I want to take ninth grade? And you start looking at that 4-year plan. When you talk about AP classes, IB, concurrent enrollment, CTE, we have the ability where we had 2 students get an associate's degree this past year. But we have a number of kids who are getting college credit. getting licensures, industry certifications. So I think about each of those, about what things. And I think part of high school experience that I appreciate what Megan said is work with your counselors, work with those teachers, because sometimes you take a class thinking you might want to do it, and you realize, yeah, I don't want to. My oldest daughter took aviation. Said, I like the class, but don't want to do it. So I think even in those chances, it was a college level class, more college readiness, credit, but she decided that's not what she wants to do. And I think that's what sends her off to college to be hopefully more successful in the long run. So those classes that you can take, you can work with your counselors to say what would be college transcripted or college level. And I think that's important. We want each of our students at least to take one, if not more. And then what I think we want to continue to measure, those metrics, who's taking 3 or more? Arts, music, advanced placement, CTE, and that pathway, because when you take it on progression, you see more success and that interest level that you see what they're probably driving towards because they have a bigger interest. So we can start to measure engagement and success. So I don't know if I'm answering completely, Director Hanson, but I'd say ask your counselors, ask your students. Naviance is a great way to start saying, what college are you thinking about? And as a parent, you can start pulling up, you have scatograms, those plots of which students went from Mountain Vista or Rock Canyon or Legend to these schools. And then you start back unpacking the backpack to say, what courses do they take and what do you need to get in there? And that's true with trade schools. We have cosmetology at Highlands Ranch, where we used to have a lot of students going out of our district, and you look at cosmetology that you can get your certification and start to not only work, but start to look at your own business. So the resources, we have great district resources. Matt Reynolds and his team, Erica Mason back here, we look at everyone within it, and we have phenomenal district resources that can align it and then answer the questions back to individual schools and pathways, and also what we offer at other schools that kids could take.
So super simple. If I wake up tomorrow and want to check my kids'
Yep.
iReady scores, is there a website? Is it an Infinite Campus?
Can I just say one thing just real quick too? I think depending on the level, like K-8, you're looking at the iReady, the CMAS, and then you're having the teacher conversations about how well they're doing. When you get into the high school with that PSAT and SAT suite of assessments, you can log in with your child into the PSAT. So I just want to cover kind of the high school side of it. And you can actually see, to Megan's point, you can get into item analysis, see where their strengths, weaknesses are. You can really target how you want to help your child at the high school level. I'll let Matt speak specifically of your question.
Great question. It's a question we get quite a bit. And I will go back to Superintendent Wise of starting with the teacher first. Reach out to your teacher and they'll be able to provide you not only the scores, but more importantly, the context around that score. To be able to tell you exactly not just what the placement is, but what else are they seeing with your child in regards to whether it's reading or math. They'll be able to give you a little bit more information. So we always recommend starting directly with the teacher.
Thanks for everybody for their input tonight. The question I have, and I don't know who this is really directed to, but anyone wants to jump in. We've heard some amazing information around, how our graduation requirements are higher. We expect more from our students, and we've still maintained the highest graduation rate. And we all know that we are under-resourced compared to the other districts. We're fortunate to have passed a bond in MLO several years ago. So I guess my question is, what are the, and those are great things, but what are the actions or scenarios that can put these successes at risk or sidetrack them? So I'm playing like the glass half full guy, but I think, that to me is something I'd love to hear about.
I don't have a microphone, but I'd love to this is the soapbox I stand on regularly. The soapbox that I stand on regularly, which I know everyone around this table agrees with, is that there is nothing more important than the people. The people are the ones making it happen, right? When we're in meetings or we're doing things, there's teachers, there's coaches with kids right now tonight, right? And they're making things happen for our kids and they're preparing them for the future. So the number one thing that could derail us, and the thing that I'm so passionate about, is losing great people. And there's a lot of different reasons why we could lose great people. In the past, we've seen conflict and consternation around culture and climate, around trust. We are always, I think, in education going to be talking about compensation, but that is a major deal for us. We have to do everything we can to try to attract, retain, reward, and develop the very best people because they make the difference for our kids. You know, I was just reading an article about, teachers and in kind of the old model of education, new model of education, and the amount of differentiation that it takes for a teacher to be truly successful to help every single child in their classroom. Teachers are talented individuals who make a difference, and we can all point back to one or two who've made a difference in our lives. So, in my opinion, Anthony, teachers and staff and the people that work with our kids on a daily basis, if we lose those great people, that completely derails our progress. And every time you lose someone who's spent years in our system, you can ask any principal, it's going back and it's starting over again. And I can point to several examples of a principal that I still get mad about, that those teachers are not at Rock Canyon and my kid's starting there. So I think that's one of the most important things.
And I'm going to piggyback on that a little bit. We were at Student Advisory Group last night, and Kevin was there, Director Lung was there, Director Ray was there. Some of the work that the student advisory leaders were asking is, what committees do you want to be a part of and which new ones? And it was great to have a number of those groups, and there was close to 100 students. I'd say between 75 and 85 students there, and they started partnering up, and they were supposed to be in groups that were from different schools. They started to brainstorm, what other things do we want to look at improving in Douglas County? And a number of students said, Mr. Wise, what about electives? Do we offer the same electives, and what courses do we have? So when I think about needs, it goes back to when you hear about specials at elementary. I think if you ask our community, how important are the arts? How important is music? How important is PE and health? How important is technology at the young level to have those specials and to have full-time teachers? Should we have that in every one of our schools? What's it take to do that? I'd say at the middle school level, in meeting with the music teachers, choir, orchestra, if we don't have quality music programs in our elementaries, in every single one of them, are we going to have the number of students where I can continue my job full time? And are we going to continue to have the number of students that are coming up in music and art and those electives at the middle school level to have full-time teachers that are great not only at orchestra, but that's what they do. Not just orchestra, band, and choir, because they might not be as good at each. How do we do better with greater technology courses? We have middle schools that have video broadcasts, but can we continue to have those technology courses and that plethora of elective courses to choose from? Then when you get to the high school level, when we look at our career and technical education pathways, to get industry certified is expensive. NATEF at two of our schools, we have automotive at both Douglas County High School and Ponderosa. Those are quality programs. Kids that get NATEF certified and walk out of our schools, they can make $80,000 a year right out of high school and start making more. But if we don't have the ability to offer those programs and maintain and upkeep those, hire the staff. Because you can make a lot more working at the Toyota dealership or the Ford dealership than you can teaching. So how we hire those people and run those programs, and you look at our new ones that we have, culinary arts, construction management, fire science, criminal justice, engineering, DECA, FBLA, how we maintain those and grow those at each of our schools and look at centralized locations within our master capital plan. How do we create venues where we have higher university alignment, career and technical ed, and have the staff and student ability to get there and take these courses? So when you look at that, I think you have to go back to what's it mean to have, what's our value in of elementary, value of a middle school, high school, and what's it mean to us as a community to define that? And I think it's a metric. When you ask that, it was 2018 when we looked at and passed our last bond MLO. We have to start defining where are we and what are metrics of a quality school system at each level, and what's it take? So I think those are great questions, and that's when we talk about that passion. not only as leaders in our district, but community members, parents. That's a value of education, and that's how you hire and keep the best and maintain it.
All right, we're going to take a break. So. About at the very beginning, this is a foundation for us that we will continue to reference and build upon and come back to. So really there was no intent for us to go through the entire slide deck tonight. So I've asked Matt to give us a 30-minute highlight of data, and then I'll put us back on schedule for board reports at 8:30. So Mr. Reynolds, take it away.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much. And as Director Ray just touched on, I won't go through every slide. There's a couple of highlights that I do want to touch on, and I also want to talk about why we're just doing highlights of this data set. So can we go to slide 16? How about now? You good? Okay. So in March of 16th, 2021, they passed a bill which is really, really quick turnaround for us as a district to be able to administer these assessments, and they reduced the number of assessments. So while I'll be presenting information to you all regarding our performance, just realize that it's only half of our students were required to take these assessments. And so when you look at participation rates, it's participation rates of those students who were aligned to take the test. So English Language Arts was grades 3, 5, and 7. Math was 4, 6, and 8. So as we talk about data, that's one of the contexts that we have to discuss is really the limited amount of data that we did get from this last year. Next slide, please. So some considerations that CDE has put out regarding the data itself. And really, they've called this data set really as a temperature check. Because of what happened to us in the spring and how limited we were on what assessments we offered, a few guiding questions for us as districts and schools as we interpret that data. First and foremost is how did COVID impact our school year? Schools, classrooms, and districts were all on different levels in terms of what the impact of COVID could be on them. Whether that was an actual quarantine or just the psyche of kids that were in that room getting ready to take that test. The next is really about what can this state assessment result tell you about student learning? This is really a temperature check just based on where we were at that time. And of course, all of this revolves around this idea of participation rates. Now, on the slide deck, you're going to see comparative data between our data in years past and also in other districts, between us and the state. The context behind that comparison is really, really important. We know that school-to-school comparison of data is very tricky. We had scenarios where a middle school really struggled to complete even on the extended assessment window. We had some high schools that were in total remote during the initial run of SAT. And so just trying to be able to make this comparative was very, very challenging. And so as we interpret the data, the context really does matter as we look at all these different things. Next slide. So a couple of the considerations for our county specifically, and I highlighted them in bold. And you'll see this. Our participation rates on these assessments, generally speaking, was higher than the other folks that we're going to show. And that was a direct result in us being back in person. Because this assessment, they didn't have an online remote option to take this assessment, and our kids were in school. So the fact that we were able to get kids in school early, our elementary started back in January, building up to that, and our middle and high school started at the beginning of that fourth quarter. We physically had kids in our buildings, which was a tremendous amount of work, and thank you to our parents, our students, and our staff for the extra work to make that happen. But we see that in our data in terms of our participation. Quarantines did impact our schools unevenly. We know that we had certain situations where classes, grade level schools were in remote status during the testing. So that certainly had an impact on our data, and we see that across the board. And of course, with remote learners, we had approximately 5,000 of those. There was no option for remote learning. We did provide them options to come into our buildings to take the test, but the test itself was not administered remotely, so that had a big impact on us. Next slide, please. So just some highlights overall, a couple of things that is really in alignment with the conversation that we had this summer. ELA, when you look at the data for ELA, it was very similar to years past. It was very similar to what we saw with iReady, where we noticed that during all of the challenges with the pandemic, reading, English language arts, writing seemed to sustain throughout. And that's really a credit to the hard work that went into this last year from our parents, our students, and our staff. Math, because we had differentiation between the modality of learning, whether it was in person, remote, and inconsistent teaching, we saw a decline in math. And that was the same kind of information that we got this last summer when we looked at iReady data. And that's the same conversation I'm having with other vendors in other districts regarding their data as well. We're seeing a higher impact on the level of achievement and growth in math than we are English language arts. So those are some of the highlights that we see in our data set itself. Next slide, please. This just gives the performance levels of each of these different assessments. So as we speak of English language arts and math, you can see that there's 5 levels. We typically focus our attention on level 4 and level 5 because that gives us an indication of whether students are on track for that college and career readiness, as Mr. Abner just talked about a little bit ago, of mapping that towards high school. Let's go to slide 23. I wanted to show this data because this one is reflective of some of the data that we saw this summer, this is our CMAS ELA, and again, it's only grades 3, 5, and 7 that were tested this last year. And you can see our year-over-year comparison of how our kids did over time. And very similar to what we saw in iReady, you see similar, if not better, performance on our ELA tests this last year, continuing that general trend upward, which is really, really good news. And not only that, but let's go to the next slide, 24. When we start disaggregating this data across the subgroups that we typically look at as part of a school performance framework, we see a similar trend with some of those different data points. And we're concerned about that from an equity standpoint to make sure that all kids have access. And one of the pieces that we know is that COVID isn't evenly hitting all of our kids at the same rate. And we see that across the country and even in our own districts within schools, that some students didn't have the availability to get online or get that support when remote learning was happening. So we're seeing that within our disaggregated groups. Next slide, please. This is another slide deck, more disaggregation data. You can see that the same upward trend is happening with these disaggregated groups, which makes sense. If we have disaggregated groups that are making gains, it's going to have an impact on our overall student population. So that's the positive note. The other side of this coin is we have a lot of work to do in terms of continuing to try to close gaps in and among these different groups. So that was one of the things I wanted to point out with ELA. Next slide, please. And here's what I was referring to regarding math. You can see that with math, you have consistent data in terms of being close to where we were, but there has been a decline in math. And that's very consistent with what they saw statewide and also nationwide. Without having that direct instruction within mathematics consistently, there is a drop in math. 8th grade is a story in and of itself. I don't know if you guys recall back in the years of 16, 17, and 18, those kids were actually taking an off-grade level assessment. So if you were taking algebra, you took an algebra test. If you took geometry, you took a geometry test. They stopped doing that in 19, so that's the variations in the data there, because those kids were taking on-grade level math tests. Next slide, please. This is another of that disaggregated data. Again, a similar pattern of just uneven distribution across multiple years here, but you see that decline typically for last year. Our free and reduced lunch population, which is going to require further investigation, had that jump. So, it's one of those data points that we're curious about continuing to monitor, whether that's through iReady or even this next round of testing to see with that free and reduced lunch, that's kind of counterintuitive of what they're seeing across the nation. So it's a good data point, but it raises more questions about what we need to continue to monitor. No, this is a different cohort of kids. So this is gravitating towards 6th grade math. So this is just 6th grade math. So each year is going to represent a different cohort. Great question. Next slide, please. Again, we see variations here within the math. It doesn't have that consistent trend line up like we saw in ELA. We do see slight increases with students with disabilities, but again, we have a long ways to go with that particular group to be able to start closing those gaps. So the idea here is, ELA in reading is very similar to what we saw in iReady, that it was not as impacted as mathematics, which is interesting. The vendors that I've talked to have also looked into this to see, from a national standpoint, we've gotten one round of tests. Now they're asking us the question, like, what do we need to move forward to look at for monitoring purposes? So working with vendors, even vendors that we don't have here, I'm not afraid to pick up the phone and call and talk to psychometricians. And I know that's scary for a lot of people, but I do like to do that, of just asking questions of what are you seeing in your data sets? Because then we can relate it to ours and start broadening our conversations beyond just our local impacts here. So it's going to be very interesting over the next 12 months to see what data transpires. Next slide, please. I do want to highlight some of the variability that we did see in our participation. This is us, and I know it's very busy. I know that there's those of us in the room that like spreadsheets, others do not, so I apologize to those that do not like spreadsheets. You can see our participation over time. Even in 2021, where we were significantly impacted just like every other place in the country, we still had 87% of our third graders available to take that test and who did participate in that test, which is remarkable. Again, our focus on keeping kids in school was paramount here, not just because we wanted their test scores, but because we feel like that's the best place for kids to be. You'll also notice that the dip in 2016, if you guys recall, that was the first year really where parent excuses were a thing. And even in a COVID environment, we're still outpacing what we had in 2016 in most grade levels, which is really interesting to me. Next slide, please. For those of you that are visual, this is a graph of those over time. And you can see that upward trend that we had from 2016 to 2019, where more and more of our parents are making that decision to participate. And we had that gap year of 2020. So just another representation for you to be able to look at. Next slide, please. This is math, a very same pattern. We see slight variations in the data, but again, we're trending in that direction. We're very similar to what was in the past. I think the next slide is just that as an image of a graph. I do want to get us down to the comparative data with others, which is the next slide. So this is a comparative, and I appreciate the questions on this of where are we compared to other districts. It's a really hard thing for us to be able to look at because the context of the testing is challenging. Here you can see we're the green bar on every one of these, that as with previous years, we're consistently near the top with our performance over time. Next slide, please. This is our math. Again, we're that green line consistently. We're competing with our neighbors. But I do want to share a little bit of context with that data, and that's the next slide. This is the participation rates of those tests across multiple districts. You can see there's a wide variation between the participation data and, let's say, DPS versus the participation of DCSD. Our participation rates were higher than these other districts. Again, we were in a far better position because we had our kids back in school, and some of these other districts did not have their kids back at school yet. And so that was part of the challenge that they faced. The general rule of thumb is if you do have participation rates 80–85% or higher, you can start drawing some better conclusions from your data. We're 87% with some of those tests, and so we're able to draw some conclusions probably better with those tests than we are for Math 8 because we had 62% of our kids taking the test. So those are all just kind of some interesting points. I think the next slide, we're trying to do something creative. I always like feedback on graphs. Don't know if I hit the mark on this one or not, but this is just a graphical representation of participation. We're the star. So you can kind of see that we're the top part of every one of these because our participation tended to be higher than the ones that were comparable. Of note, this is one of the first years where our participation outpaced the state. If you think back historically, the state has always outpaced us for participation. So we did have our own local influence on that, on having kids back in school. So next slide. This is science. This is really a one-shot deal because it was science in 8th grade. So the 2 bars on the left are the performance. The 2 bars on the right are your participation. Again, our participation was above the state for one of the first times in this particular thing. Next slide, please. And then this is really looking at participation over time. You can really see that 8th grade science really did take a dip in our participation. We went from mid-70s down to mid-50s. And that's a pretty substantial drop in participation. So our ability to draw firm conclusions from that data is going to be really challenging. It provides us some interesting information in terms of participation across multiple assessments, but it is a difference between previous years. Slide 40, please. This is the same comparative information across multiple districts. You can see that there's variations. Again, we're not in second place on this one, but I think if we go to the next slide, oh, actually it's not on this one. Can you please go back? So on this slide right here, I didn't include the participation, but I do know that there's wide variations between the different districts on what their participation rates were on each of these different assessments. So science is going to be interesting. It's a one-time deal, one grade level. And so because our participation rates are really low in this, in the mid-50s, really going to be hard for us to draw firm conclusions from this data. Let's go to slide 42, please. We're going to transition into looking at some of the high school data, where we look at PSAT 8-9, PSAT 10, and SAT. I just did this stacked graph so that you can see that those build off of one another. I think Megan Brown referred to this just a minute ago, of utilizing this data, the performance on one, to influence your planning for the others. It's set on a similar scale, but that scale slides. So you have similar skills across all of the assessments, but the scale scores do change. And so that just changes how we interpret that data. And you'll notice that the benchmarks at the bottom, they also slide. So the benchmark for 8-9 shifts to get to PSAT 10, and it shifts again to get SAT. So as the slide changes, so does that benchmark. Next slide, please. This is our scale scores. Again, as you move from left to right, we anticipate that the bars are going to get longer because the scale score shifts. So as you go from 8, 9, 10 to SAT, the scale score itself is going to be shifted. Again, we're the green. And again, we outpace the state in participation and also in our performance as well. Next slide. This is a slide that has our participation over time. It's something that we were interested in, and just seeing how our participation, not just as a rate, but actually in the raw number of kids that are taking that assessment. As you may recall, last fall, we had an opportunity to administer an optional test for seniors because they lost the opportunity to take it as juniors. That's that fall 2020. We're happy to report that we had over 3,600 kids take advantage of that opportunity to take the test in school to see how they did on the SAT, which is great. More opportunities that we can give our kids, especially those that missed out on the previous year, because I know that was very challenging for our families. 2021 data is that cohort of kids that were juniors. Our participation rate on that test did not reach the heights that we had previously. But as I mentioned we did have impacts of COVID on several of the primary administration dates. We did have schools in full remote, so we had to bring them back in and take one of the makeup dates. Our schools worked really, really hard in trying to provide as many opportunities as we could for our kids. Next slide, please. This is just looking over time at our scores from 18, 19. We included the fall 2020 just so you could see how that compares, because we did have kids take PSAT 10 and SAT, so you can see what our scale scores were. So last year we actually had 2 rounds of both PSAT and SAT for us to look at. We did see in relative performance, we did see on PSAT 8, 9 a slight decline in overall score, and we did see a slight decline in SAT, but we did not see that same decline in PSAT 10, which was interesting. So that's going to be future work for us to keep digging into that to see how are these kids going to do as juniors, which is very interesting. The fall SAT score, that green bar jumped from, typically we're right in the mid 1080s, but it jumped up to almost 1100. So that's, our kids were really dedicated to taking that test, and they did a nice job when they did take it in the fall. Yes, they did. And it looks like they did take advantage of that, which is great, And I know in our community, that 4 more months means something, because our kids, either they have active College Board accounts or they're taking, different courses to get them prepared for that. So that is a big deal. Our PSAT 10 data is interesting as well. That goes to our national merit. So it's going to be interesting to see in the near future what that does with our national merit numbers, which I know we had a big jump the previous year on national merit. So we're interested to see what that actually does down the line when we get to national merit. Let's see. Let's go to slide 49. This is going to bring us kind of full circle on the conversation that Mr. Abner was talking about just a minute ago regarding our graduation competencies and seeing those kids hit that benchmark. So you see that we plotted both fall of 2020 and 2021 on this graph. The only group of students that are held accountable to that graduation competency are 2021 in terms of meeting that graduation requirement that's coming to us from the state. So you can see how we've done relative year over year with that performance. And on 2021, of note, we didn't have all of our kids take the test like we normally do. And so we're going to be monitoring that very closely over the next several months, specifically with that cohort of kids as we get them in capacity to prepare to graduate, but also in future of really the class that's going to take it 2022 to see where our data is going with us. And I will say, and I make no secrets of it, I do like having the data conversations. And the alignment work that we've been doing is really exciting to be able to engage in the conversations with our leaders. As you heard today, they're talking about data not just relatively, but also purposefully. They're talking about data, about making those decisions to do that work. And it's really a credit to the school leadership team for creating those opportunities for us to have an aligned conversation from DLT to regional to level to our professional learning specialist. So it's been a lot of great work, and not just because we're talking data. I'm going to take a breath because that's more talking than I've done all day, just to see if you all have questions from the data. That was very, very fast.
That was it was a great overview, and again, laying the foundation for continued conversation for us to have. Mr. Reynolds, so the thing on math, I think it's reassuring that our trends are similar to state and national in terms of that decline. I think what's concerning to us, maybe as a board, is we know we invested lots of dollars in new math programs. And so I'm just curious, are we going to do some analysis to take a look at, did those new math programs that we invested lots of dollars in, are they making a difference? Is this just an anomaly because of COVID or whatnot? Or it, like you said, it reflects the national trend? But I'm just curious, what's up with that? Any thoughts about that?
I do have some thoughts on that. So if you think about when we purchased and started implementing these, we started implementing these programs right in the beginning of COVID. So if you think about just like implementation science of trying to get a program off and running, we're having to take a step back and say, okay, what does it really mean to implement a program, especially in the current environment that we're in now? It's really hard to implement a new program when you're going from in-person, hybrid, remote, hybrid, in-person, to all those different modalities. So to talk about how you implement with fidelity is really going to be something that we're looking at this year, now that we have kids back in school and more consistently back in school than we did last year. We can start talking about how do we look at that program differently. You know, teachers did incredible work of trying to manage and navigate through COVID. And to be able to evaluate a program during a pandemic really has never been done before. So really to take a step back and say, and ask that question that you just asked, is this an anomaly? Or are we able to take some time and look at the resources and implement some of those steps for professional learning communities around math resources to continue to move our kids forward? So it is a question that we're wondering, but we just know that the context of trying to implement a program during a pandemic makes it challenging.
I think so. Can you hear me? So, can you go to slide 24? And you know what I'm going to ask. And it has to do with what supports can the board, what new things or any ideas about how we would support any schools that have high percentages with ELL or FRL or SPED needs, because we know when we look at this data, if we disaggregate this data by schools that have high needs, either here or SPED needs, we see different data. And I know that we have talked about budgeting supports, and we have implemented and accepted some budgeting supports. And we have such a long way to go in supporting our schools that have these kinds of needs. What kinds of conversations have you had to this point? Or are these conversations to be had in additional support in the schools and or it would be the schools who then would support the children that have these specific higher needs?
Absolutely. I think the answer is yes and yes. So if you look at this slide, this is slide 24, which is ELA. You know, right now we're in the process of piloting core programs for reading. We're doing that in 13 of our schools. Providing consistent resources across our school is going to be critical in order for us to be able to talk about the universal instruction of what we're providing kids, let alone the intervention supports that are part of those resources as well. So it's really, you know, that work that we're doing this year of trying to implement a core program, in getting it in place by next year is really going to help us get a baseline of needs. And I really appreciate you know, Director Graziano's question about what's the need here, and really establishing what's the base level that we can guarantee across all of our schools, and providing a core reading program across our schools is a step in that direction.
Is there a thought that's related to the schools that need the different kinds of support? Is there a thought about increasing or changing the calendar for PLC, for additional PLC opportunities, so that the staffs have more time to look at the data, think about the data, assess and analyze, and then implement?
So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. McDonald in a minute because I know she's dying to say a few things as well. But one of the things that I think is really critically important to reference in light of this conversation is that our EDOS do work with our schools directly, especially our schools that have more relative diversity in population and subgroup analysis of performance, to be able to engage in that conversation at the school level in terms of what resources and supports are needed based on the data that you are reviewing, whether it's CMAS data, iReady data, et cetera. Those are very individual-based school conversations, especially in our title schools, where they can really be responsive to the needs of those schools in terms of professional learning support, data support, co-teaching support. I'm looking back here with Remy and others. Like, that's all hands on deck depending upon what the school has identified as needs. In terms of the PLC question, I think you would hear from our schools and our leaders, all of them desire to have the time that's dedicated to be able to support the professional learning community work in their schools. Whether there's some of our schools that have higher relative impact in population or specialized programming, all of our schools, I think, would advocate for some time. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you. And thank you for the question, just because I am always going to be an advocate for those at-risk populations, as you know. And being the executive director over 3 of our mostly impacted elementary schools, I get the pleasure to support those principals and the schools that they work with, along with Remy and her team, and all the great work that they do. And something that we're excited about for this year is to have the ability to use the PLC beyond just the schools, because the PLC is not just a thing we do, it's what we are. And if we as a district and as a region and can bring these schools together to utilize some of that time through the PLC to bring our educators together who do service the students, the underserved populations of students, it's just going to be crucial. And I know that we've done some work in the past, but with this PLC framework and the things we have aligned moving forward, I'm so optimistic of being creative for time, but I know there's a desire and a drive by the educators at those schools that they want to do it together. And a lot of the populations are also pretty transient, and they go from school to school. And so when they are going amongst, possibly those 3 schools, they need that fluidity of knowing where do they leave off, where can we pick up, and it's not just another stepping stone, but it's truly a fluid process to make sure that we're catching them where they're at and how we can continue to embrace them.
That as we continue to have conversations around budget and calendar for next year, I hope there's continued advocacy around additional staffing support or time in a calendar, or based on, and I know all schools need it, but some schools have deeper, greater impact in their needs. So maybe there could be some differentiation in how we are providing budget support or calendar support through the Board of Education.
And Director Joshua Shore, so I'm going to add into this that I think is a huge part to the conversation is there's a permission to make this a priority. And I think that is something that has not been, I think to your point about trying to figure out what those needs are, if you don't have time to identify specifically what those needs are, it becomes a guessing game. The last thing we want to do is be able to guess what our specific needs are of our most at-risk students. I think our conversation specifically at an individual school level meeting, which Ms. Hyatt talked a little bit about, to that intentional time we're building in at level time, regional times, individual time. One of our 3 big rocks, as you know, more than anything in the role that is there, is if there's not intentionality around that, it'll never happen. I think the goal, what we've seen this year, is it's been intentional in every means for us systemically to understand what those specific needs are, so then it's not a guessing game what those needs are. And so that's something I think I've greatly appreciated this year, is that permission to engage in that work, but also have system and resources to support it.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. So I'm going to start with this one. We know that one group of at-risk students is our gifted and talented students. And so when I look at this data, we often talk about it as how we can get every student to meet or exceed. And I would love to hear us talk a little bit about what strategies we use for those students who are meeting, exceeding, or scoring very high on the benchmarks of the PSAT and SAT, because I know we're doing great work, and I'd love for you to share it with the community if you could do that. And then I have another question.
I see you reaching for the microphone. So if you think about professional learning communities and the questions that are asked, one of the final questions that's asked is if kids already know it, then what do you do? And so we're continuing to use that framework of having conversations to not just address the intervention universal, but also the enrichment on what are we doing to continue to grow all kids, because that's kind of lost in this conversation. Is it's not just where they place, but we want all kids to grow. And you can't grow kids unless you're actually talking about the knowledge and skills that you want them to continue to gain. And so with students, whether they're on one side of placement or another, you're still trying to identify what knowledge and skills you want to continue with, and providing enrichment opportunities for those kids to continue to grow.
I guess just to follow up, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, we're grateful for the MLO for so many reasons. And one of them is because I think that helped us have at least one half-time position, and I'm getting a nod from our CFO, I think I'm getting this right, at least all of our elementary schools. I am guessing if I ask the question if that's enough, I would get the answer that it's probably not. But I'm going to ask the question. And then I do have another topic.
And to piggyback a little bit, when you talk about those, it's not only growth and achievement, but it's also we're looking at who's involved, that engagement and where are they. That's going to be a deeper dive, especially in February. So when we look at all of our academic program, co-curricular program, and extracurricular programming, we're going to be diving into involvement and then also how do we increase that. So that's going to be a deeper dive in February. We'll continue October, November, February of academic excellence to get into your question. And then when you talk about the need, you heard it at our elementary level. High schools continue to be stable and grow. We do have some smaller schools that we have to identify what are those needs in those smaller schools. But I think at that elementary, middle school level, it's been called out well. We had to ask, and we need to ask. And we're going to probably have to continually look at that model of every 4 to 5 years of what's needed. And how do we call that out and address that with our community, with our local base. And you see that of other school districts that also do that well. And I think that's a key piece that we need to call it, where are we now? And that will be here in the near future. I think that's a reality that we have to look at and ask of our community, of our elected officials, and where is our future going? And that drive and that responsibility that we have of establishing those norms, that baseline expectation, and exceeding that for the effectiveness of our school district.
Last question. It's on slide 49. I think I know the answer, but I'm not sure, and I'm not sure if the community would either. It talks about SAT graduation competency trends. Clearly, that's different than our graduation rate, right? And I believe that's because there's more than one way to show your graduation competency and to meet our requirements. And if you could just talk to that a little bit so we could understand it.
Yes, absolutely. So in the policy that you all adopted in terms of graduation competencies, we adopted the entire menu, which the idea behind that is to provide students as many options as they possibly can. So SAT represents just one of the options for students to demonstrate competence in ELA and math. You have concurrent enrollment, advanced placement, you have industry certificates, ASVAB, other assessments that go along with it. So in addition to this option, students have other opportunities to be able to demonstrate competence across the entire menu of options as part of our policy.
So thank you very much for the wonderful presentations. And I'm so glad to hear that because of collectively our goal to get the student stay in in-person learning. That's why we are outperforming the state average for a kid to come back to do testing, which shows our commitment for in-person learning. And I'm also so glad to hear that the wonderful effort of the administrator and the teacher and the principal. The effort shows we are still the second best in Metro Denver in terms of the score. And so I think it shows the wonderful commitment for the school district and all the staff, you're hardworking and keep the student in-person learning and get the wonderful, wonderful score. So and you probably know that I serve in the CDE's accountability work groups. So it seems like we were going to have another years of not having the performance framework data. And so we have 2 consecutive years of pausing in the accountability cycle. So how can we, what method are we going to use to trying to locate the student in need and without lacking data from the state on the district and school performance framework wheel data? So what can we do? I mean, and also some of those data, as you can see, the science, we only have mid-50s participations, which can hardly draw any conclusions. So what do we do as a school district to get a better measurement of our student and then identify who need to get the help the most? And by the way, I am very interested to see the special ed data as a subgroup. Thank you.
So I can speak to some of it, and I'll let Sid jump in just a minute. In terms of our data from the school performance framework, many of the post-secondary workforce readiness indicators are available to us and will be available to us in February. So when we get to that meeting in February, we'll be able to see many of the post-secondary workforce readiness that are part of our performance framework. So we'll be able to highlight that. The piece that is missing from our performance framework is because they didn't administer the full suite of CMAS testing. We don't have consistent achievement and growth data, but we do have the metrics that are associated with post-secondary workforce readiness. In terms of knowing where our students are, we heard from our principals today that they're using a variety of different data sets to be able to determine not only how they performed this last spring, but what are they currently doing now, and how can we support? So using things like, iReady and some of the other local assessments that they talked about to be able to determine where our students are at. That's really the heart of the PLC work, is in the moment, what do we do with kids in terms of their performance based on the local data that we do have. And our principals today highlighted some of those additional data sets that they are using. Sid?
Yeah, you largely said what I was going to say as well, and that is just, again, that clarification of just because the state paused our overall framework report card for us as a district doesn't mean we still don't have all the individual data of the kids that did participate, given that it's, still not 100%, right? We do use the universal benchmarking of iReady. So that's a huge source of data for us, because critical in this conversation is, you're absolutely right. How are we catching kids as the year progresses and as we go on, of the students that are a red flag for us that we need to be giving more attention to? I would also say two sources, or another source that is often underestimated, and that is our teachers' gradebooks, right? Our teachers who work with the kids every single day, it's incumbent upon them, and they're generally the first line of information about a student that's not, not performing where they would expect that student to be performing compared to the other kids in their class. So student gradebooks, while entirely imperfect and problematic in many ways, are still a very vital piece of the narrative of how are our kids doing and who's not keeping up with their peers. And then, of course, the work of PLCs, which really launches me into the final comment I want to make, which is regarding what we're seeing here presented for particularly the special education data, right? One of the areas of data that I care the most about. I would say that it's not worth the paper it's printed on, and I'm looking at it electronically. So by that I mean it's really not telling us much of an important story at all. Now, we will disaggregate it, and that's coming in November, and we will dive into it, and we will look much more granularly. I'm going to preface a 2-month ahead conversation now by saying that still will be not a completely adequate answer, right? Because we know that CMAS is not the best tool for capturing important learning information, growth information about that population. The work that we are engaged in, it's the work that Superintendent Wise is tasking us with, that PLC work is really the key to this conversation, because if we want to truly understand our disaggregate subpopulations, our most impacted populations, if we truly want to understand, we need to be looking longitudinally at their growth, and that needs to be coming with much more frequent, discrete assessments, and that's the work of PLCs. That's the work that our teachers will be committed to doing and surfacing that. That will tell us a much, much better story. Curriculum-based measures are a much better story for those populations than are these autopsy reports that show us virtually little or confirm what we already suspected, but don't really ever give us the leverage we need. So a really important conversation, but that's more of a November conversation.
And to piggyback on that, as we said, these are snapshots. Education's a continuum. COVID has an impact. And that matriculation data that we see, not only PK-12, but after high school? What are the gap years? That could be a blessing. If students took a gap year, took community college, take a year off, let's see where they get to over time. But it's still going to be a piece that it's different right now. COVID's created differences in going off to universities, the ability of universities to continue to have in-person learning, and whether or not those years of credit, if we gained college credit in high school and we take a gap year, well, we might start a freshman year in another year from now, because students didn't want to have that experience online. They want to go off and have the university experience. So I think in each of those, it's going to be an interesting view as we take a look at matriculation over time and success over time that we'll still build upon. So I think it's how do we catch kids where they are now and get them accelerated to be ready for those graduation years? How to take those kids that graduated, see where their matriculation is, and catch them up over time even after high school. So it's going to be interesting to watch, to look at, and to review. So.
And then I just also want to add one last thing, and that is the importance, particularly for special education, of progress monitoring and reporting. So our parents truly are getting a lot more information about how their kids are progressing. That's a growth opportunity for us as a district. That's something we have not done adequately, something we've not done nearly as well as we need to do, and we need to get much more serious about that, being able to tell our parents a very live, accurate, true narrative of where their kids are on their goals and objectives, where they are related to the learning outcomes, and doing that in a way that is meaningful and non-jargony and very conversational and very informative to them, and not in a compulsory way, but in an organic, relational way. That we know is a growth opportunity for us as a district. We're going to start working on that hard this year.
And I know that I would just say a huge hallelujah, Sid, to what you just said, because I think we have had conversation after conversation about being concerned with our population of students that are not IEPs. And I think also this board would also benefit from how do we capture comprehensively what's happening in that population? You know, is it that we need to capture percentages of students that are reaching their goals and objectives on their IEPs? Because I love what you said. This is not worth its weight on paper when we look at that population. Students on ALPs is another population that I don't think we have a good handle on in terms of whether or not we really are challenging them to the next level. And so I think that's really an interest of this board, is how do we go after those two subpopulations that we continue to be concerned about, but also can kind of capture whether we're doing the best we can to keep that growth trajectory where it needs to be. So, yeah.
Well, I have one remaining slide, slide 55, and I'm going to put this up knowing full well that the principal spoke about this better than I can on a slide. So I probably won't spend a whole lot of time talking about it, but I do want to leave you with a couple of thoughts. In terms of the data, we've talked about our Superintendent Wise's priorities of the three big rocks that we've talked about, of professional learning communities, social emotional learning, and reading and literacy. As you walk away from this conversation, the data that I presented to you tonight supports the idea that we need to continue to focus in on those three areas. I mean, that's something that I hope you leave this conversation with. I know it's a lot of charts, a lot of graphs. I dig that stuff. I think it's great. I love data. But walking away from here just knowing that those three priorities, those three big rocks, this data continues to support it, just like the data back this summer continues to support the efforts of focusing in on those priorities. So it's just a really important thing that gives us some internal conversation, I guess, confirmation, I guess is a better word of saying that what we're seeing is aligned to what those priorities are. So just something that I want to leave you with.
I know it's always human nature for us to drill down into our problem areas or our concern areas or our areas that are weaker. And I also don't want us to leave here without, Mr. Reynolds, how you started this whole conversation about, oh my gosh, our students sustained performance in an incredible manner during some of the most tumultuous times. You know, the fact that we see that there wasn't this huge decline in our English and reading scores. I mean, that's huge, and it really is, like you said, just incredible what our staff was able to do during that time to maintain that, and then the participation rates. holy cow, to be the very top of any district, to have the highest percentage rates, I think is huge. And it really celebrates our community that says that they want their kids in-person learning, and we want to make sure we can benchmark where they are and where they need to be. So I also want to make sure we capture the positives too. I know that Director Long is always good about bringing us back to say, 50% on this is not really 50%. When you start comparing it to other trends, we're knocking the roof off of things. And can we do better? Absolutely. But we also have to really put it in perspective of what our kids went through, what our teachers did to sustain learning, and then ultimately where we're headed is such a bright future for where we're going to go. So I appreciate the overview. Directors, any other quick questions before we move off of the data? Oh, and I know, Matt, you had one more thing you wanted to challenge the board for some homework.
I do. Next slide, please. So the meeting back in August, you all finalized the executive limitations. And going with executive limitations, we know that there's going to be monitoring reports that's going to monitor each one of those executive limitations. So I emailed you a draft. And really, it's a draft in terms of what this monitoring report is. Really, we're wanting to get some feedback on that draft. And we can certainly hold until the next time we have a conversation to get that feedback, because I know we're beyond time at the moment. But we would love to do a similar exercise that we did last year of, can we get feedback on the structure, the format, and the model for that monitoring report so that we can begin to create the other monitoring reports that go with those other executive limitations? We just want to make sure that model that we've got in that just draft is going to meet your needs in terms of the sections on there, that it's going to address all parts of the executive limitations and the monitoring report language that you all need.
I think board directors, are we all good with Mr. Rennell just sending us that structure and that format and us just owning that a little bit and providing him some feedback before our next meeting on the 28th? Would that be kind of when you would like to see us provide that for you?
Yeah, that would be wonderful, and then we can start looking ahead of creating a full calendar of when all of these monitoring reports would be due. That would be outstanding.
Very good. Well, thank you, Mr. Reynolds, for walking us through that. Also, I know Director Meek, we haven't seen her, which tells me that I haven't paid attention to Mr. Director Meek. Are you still there? And do you have any questions or comments?
Hey, I do want to say I really appreciated all of the discussion around professional learning communities, or PLCs. I think that's really helpful for community members and families to understand what that is, and like the importance of how it really helps our schools and our teachers treat each student as an individual. And that was very helpful, I think, from my perspective. I also know that parents and community members are really interested and concerned with how students are performing. And I'm sure the District Accountability Committee will be diving into some of this data as well. Mr. Reynolds, I think I just have one big question. Is all the data available for every area in a disaggregated form? I know we have a lot of slides and not every area was disaggregated. Do we have all of that readily available?
We do, for the data that is available from the state. So there are still certain data sets from the state that aren't available yet, specifically in the areas of growth. That data set has not been released by the state in terms of, especially like PSAT and SAT. All of the remaining data sets is disaggregated.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we're going to move on then to our Board of Education reports. And I want to begin with some exciting news. In my report, how many of you remember the McGuffey readers? I mean, not that you remembered it personally, because you're probably not that old, but McGuffey readers, these little books that actually had stories about virtues and values and responsibilities and how to be a citizen in the free world. So our association, our Colorado Association of School Board, actually has what they call a McGuffey Award that actually goes to board directors who demonstrate those virtues, who also are very passionate about citizenship and really sacrificing and contributing to their community. So it's exciting for me to share with you that we have a 2021 Casby McGuffrey Award recipient amongst us, and it is Director Holtzman. And I'm going to read to you, because if I started talking, I'd probably lose it, but I'm going to read to you what was submitted, and all the directors supported your nomination, Director Holtzman. And here's what I wrote. When Krista's name was suggested for the recognition, the immediate response was, well, that's a no-brainer. That's Director Graziano's contribution. This is a definite reflection of her exhaustive dedication and commitment to children and public education. This dedication is also seen with her service on 2 additional boards. She serves on the Casby's Executive Board, the Rocky Mountain School of Expeditionary Learning. She shares her expertise as a former early childhood educator on the Universal Preschool Implementation Subgroup of the state's Early Childhood Leadership Commission. During her tenure as a board director, she's influenced maximizing the amount of funds that directly impact the classrooms, advocated for the passage of local ballot initiatives that significantly increase mental health support and security enhancements, relentlessly supported efforts to restore the district's climate, resulting in increased teacher retention rates. She has been a staunch supporter for alternative education opportunities for at-risk students and served as a liaison to our long-range planning committee and the Gifted Education Advisory Council. She's been instrumental in building relationships with other elected officials, and she coordinated and communicated our legislative priorities in a masterful manner. Her tireless efforts on the board has been in the capacity of secretary and currently vice president. The hours she commits to this service is extensive and has provided stability to our district during some of the most tumultuous times ever experienced. Her greatest accomplishment is the incredible impact she has had on the educational experience of well over 70-some thousand students and the many yet to come. So reflecting on the criteria for the McGuffey Award, committed and passionate service to their board work is the understatement when it comes to Director Krista Holtzman. So congratulations. Krista will be officially recognized on September 21st at the Regional 5 Casby meeting. So we'll look forward to bringing home your little apple and all that good stuff that they give out to you. So congratulations. Do you want to do a speech?
Yeah, so I just want to thank you all. Thank you, my colleagues. I can't think of a more incredible group of people that it means a lot to me. I really appreciate it, and would have appreciated a heads up. No, I'm just kidding. But no, it's a great surprise. I wasn't at all expecting this, and I just want to say thank you. So.
Surprising you. So, and I also want to just thank Director Holtzman for the last couple of weeks, who filled in for me while I was away and did a masterful job with that as acting president. So, good job. All right, so it's just some quick reminders for the board. Our agenda planning is moved to Thursday at 1 o'clock, and we'll probably be looking at Thursdays in the future just because our incredible cabinet and central office staff are out subbing on Fridays. There's a huge demand for substitutes. So we're probably going to start moving our agenda plannings to Thursday to allow them to do that, but also a big celebration to all our cabinet members and Wilcox people for jumping in there in the time of need. Also want to remind board that we have the Casby Legislative Bus Tour that we're hosting that on September 21st at 9 o'clock at Cimarron Middle School. So that's our opportunity to meet all these legislators who need to have firsthand experience of what K through 12 education or pre-K through 12 education looks like. So we're excited to show off Cimarron, but then they jump on a bus and they go to several other schools in the other areas. So if all of us, as many of us can be there on the 21st at 9 o'clock to meet and greet and enjoy the celebration of walking through Cimarron Middle School. The other thing that we're hosting is tomorrow in this room at 7 o'clock. We have the partnership of Douglas County government of elected officials that we're hosting. And so again, you're always welcome to attend that. But we have all the Douglas County commissioners and elected officials are typically there just to hear what each of those entities are doing. So it's always a good meeting for that reason. And let's see, I think those are my main reminders for all of you in terms of upcoming dates. Any other director reports that need to be given? Vice President?
I really was just going to use my time to say thank you for everyone participating tonight and putting this together for us. And I'm just really grateful for the perspective that you brought. That whole child perspective, that our kids are more than one score, and that we certainly aim a lot higher than that. And it's just clear from everyone around this big table and all of the teachers in our classroom. So thank you.
Yeah, this was a great night. I just think this format is really going to work well for us in terms of alternating and having these study sessions. So thank you all, one and all, directors of schools as well. Appreciate you being here also. Any other director reports for the good of the group? All right. So directors, we do still have a need to continue to have conversation about issues that need to be discussed in executive session. Executive sessions, as you know, are closed sessions for the purpose of receiving legal advice as allowed by CRS 246402-4B regarding the acquisition, purchase, transfer or sale of real property and regarding Tri-County Health Department's public health order and Douglas County Board of County Commissioners' actions related to the withdrawal from Tri-County Health Department. I have this chocolate stuck in my throat. It's all your fault. During an executive session, the board is not allowed to adopt any proposed policy, resolution, regulation, or take any formal action. We do have a quorum of 6 of our 7 board members. Unfortunately, Director Chancha Shore had a migraine coming on tonight, so we'll be keeping her in our thoughts. Hopefully she's feeling better by tomorrow, but she had to leave. But we do have 6 of 7 board members here. We require a 2/3 affirmative vote to go into executive session. So at this, I would ask a motion to adjourn our meeting, our study session, and move into executive session. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Holtzman, seconded by Lung. And again, in our executive session, it will include Superintendent Corey Wise, General Counsel Mary Clemish, and Chief Operating Officer Rich Cosgrove. So we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion before we vote? Seeing none, let's vote. Director Hansen? Director Lung? That was a cautious aye? It just threw you off, did it? Director Lung is an aye. Director Holtzman? Director Graziano, Director Me.